Szanowni Państwo, chciałbym otworzyć dzisiejsze...
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to open today's meeting of the Climate and Energy, of the chairs of the committees of the EU member states, and I would like to welcome everyone very warmly to the plenary room of the Senate of the Republic of Poland. I'm in two kinds of discomfort being seated here, I have to confess. First of all, this is normally reserved for the Madam Speaker of the Senate, and she is with us today. And I would like to extend a very warm welcome to the Speaker, Ms. Kidawa-Błońska. Madam Speaker, I realize full well that I'm only here temporarily, and I will ask the Speaker of the Senate to take the floor in a moment. But before I do, I would like to welcome all of the parliamentarians to Poland, to Warsaw, and to the Senate of the Republic of Poland. Before I mention individuals, let me begin with the Speaker of the Senate. Madam Speaker, the floor is yours. Thank you. A very warm welcome to all of you to the Senate of the Republic of Poland. It's a great honor for me to be able to meet with you at this meeting of the chairs of the Climate and Energy Committees. As part of the parliamentary dimension of the Polish Presidency, we will talk about a very important topic today. That's zero-emission energy and the competitiveness and security of the EU. The need to hold this debate stems from the Polish Presidency's belief that energy security is absolutely fundamental to the EU's competitiveness. The way we manage to shape the European energy sector in the coming years will determine the EU's position in global markets for decades to come. It will also impact the prosperity of its citizens and, above all, the stability and resilience of the EU to threats arising from the international situation. Only a decade ago, many member states still viewed the issue of energy supply in purely economic terms. Today, it has become one of the most important pillars of political sovereignty. We cannot afford a situation where our security and stability depend on the decisions of third countries, which are often undemocratic and whose leaders do not share our values and goals. As we watch the Russian bombing of critical infrastructure in Ukraine, we have become fully aware that energy is not just the fuel that drives the economy. Energy is no longer a commodity to be bought at the best possible price. Sadly, energy has now become an instrument of influence and political pressure. The dependence on external energy supplies weakens the EU's negotiating position and makes it vulnerable to blackmail. This is why energy transition based on zero-emission sources is no longer just a climate or environmental project. It has now become a strategic project and a precondition for the survival and independence of the EU as a strong and decisive actor on the international stage. Only through a consistent policy of independence from external supplies of energy raw materials and through investment in renewable energy sources, and the transmission infrastructure and future technologies in the energy sector will we be able to protect our societies from further crises, which, as the experience of recent years shows, are more a matter of time than of chance. The more energy we produce locally from zero-emission sources like wind, solar, nuclear or green hydrogen, the lower the risk of supply disruptions and price fluctuations caused by international crises. Becoming independent in terms of energy supply also means that the EU can pursue a more assertive foreign policy. Energy security and the transition to green energy have another dimension. In the face of economic slowdown, inflation and growing protectionism in the world, innovation in new technologies, including hydrogen, battery and solar, can not only give the EU a competitive advantage, but also contribute to lower energy prices. We must not forget about consumers, and that is why energy cannot be expensive. The EU must find an answer to this challenge. I hope that this meeting will be a good opportunity to discuss all these aspects of the EU's energy transformation, the cost of the planned changes, and the need to take decisive action. These are certainly not easy topics. They must be clearly explained to the citizens of Europe, and our role as parliamentarians is crucial. On the one hand, we should familiarize the citizens with the necessary changes. On the other, we should effectively represent their interests vis-à-vis the European Commission, the European Parliament, and our national governments. That is why it is so important that we work on this issue together. I am convinced that this meeting will serve this purpose well. Once again, let me thank you for being here in Warsaw, and Senator, thank you for chairing this session. Ladies and gentlemen, you're certainly in very capable hands. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the introduction. Just as a bit of housekeeping, this session is being broadcast and streamed, and there is simultaneous interpretation available. There is translation, interpretation into English, French, and Italian, as per request of the Italian delegation. I would now like to ask Marzena Czarnecka, Professor Czarnecka, to take the floor. She was supposed to start the second panel, but the Prime Minister's work has its own rhythm, and the professor has to meet the Prime Minister later on today. They will be talking about energy, by the way, so she has to take the floor now. And then there will be a different representative of the Ministry of Industry present. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, it's such a pleasure to be able to welcome you. Unfortunately, I won't be able to talk about clean industry at length, but I understand that during this session you will be talking about this, because energy transition is the key element of the Polish presidency. Some countries are well advanced in this difficult process, others are only beginning or are in the middle. But the ultimate goal that everybody in the EU should care about is the citizen of the EU who uses electrical energy, and is also an employee working at one point in this process or another. Electricity, energy is all about energy security. Without security, energy transition cannot be successful, and we won't be able to continue living in the EU the way we have lived so far, which is something we want to develop, and we do want to develop our European culture based on these values. The member states are transitioning in terms of the industries, and we see this in how the different packages issued by the EU are changing. Poland has welcomed two of these documents in particular, the Clean Industry Deal and the Action Plan for Affordable Energy. The latter, in particular, is important. Clean and affordable energy is particularly important, in my view, because it will be significant for the development of the Polish industry. And industry throughout the EU is very much involved in trying to lower the prices. When Ursula von der Leyen was running for her office, she emphasized that, for example, the steel-making industry is also part and parcel of security, and it has to be developed, but using clean energy. So it's not just about the steel works, but it's about steel that's produced with clean and affordable energy. From the Polish point of view, it's very important that the developmental differences are not increased. There has been a trend in the EU so far to allow economies to catch up, and we believe it's very important for the transition to go on like this and to make sure it's fair. All member states should have access to the financing that's necessary to support and boost energy transition carried out in an acceptable way. For Poland and for many other member states that are very close to my heart, that have mining regions, are interested in making sure that the transition is also fair and just for those mining regions, and that it makes it possible to adapt the workforce which is available in mining to low-emission industries. I hope you have a very good meeting, and hopefully the conclusions from this meeting will support the Polish presidency and point to future directions of development, not just in Europe, but hopefully will be a model for other countries to follow. Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor and Minister. Last year, the population of the world has reached 8 billion. Everybody who is dealing with the protection of the environment and energy realizes we are running out of resources, and these processes will have to come to a close at some point in the future. For many years, the EU was the place that set the pace of change for the whole world. It was here in the EU that courageous new plans were created, where we said that we need to take care of the environment, and since our economies had developed faster for many years, we now have certain obligations vis-à-vis other people and other countries. And this was made very clear whenever we had discussions or summits on the environment and climate, also as part of the UN. It was also the EU that came up with internal regulations these were self-imposed regulations to move away from CO2 emissions and generally moving away from greenhouse gases. Recently, we've had documents like the Draghi report, which is a very clear signpost pointing us to the right direction. Many people will say that this is indeed the correct direction. Many other people will say that this is not enough. The EU doesn't have its own resources. There's crisis around the world, there is war, and we might be tempted to say we should be looking for natural resources, but we don't have enough raw materials to cover the demand across the EU, so we'll always be looking for more. For many years, certain EU countries looked for the source of raw materials from our eastern neighbor, and we can see today what this has led to with the war in Ukraine. There is the potential of supplies from other countries like the Arab states or the US, but I think we know full well what the answer to the question of whether this is a good idea is. The best idea is certainly to be independent. It's very easy to say, but it's not so easy to fulfill this mission, also bringing about security. In recent months, the discussion about it has very much been revolving around the defense industry. But security is not just about weapons. Security is also about energy security, and we have to ensure that we have that too. We have certain resources and technologies that we know how to use. We have renewable resources, and many European countries have proved that they know how to power the grids with renewable sources. Some of them are close to 100%. Other countries have to follow them. We have to ensure a future growth for Europe. We have to ensure that our citizens can live in prosperity, and we have to ensure there is clean and affordable energy. This is a challenge that our community is facing. And that's why we decided to organize this debate here in the Senate of the Republic of Poland. And this is a very important challenge, and the speaker mentioned the war in Ukraine. Mind you, it is energy infrastructure that is the first target for the Russians. It's the civilian infrastructure that's being destroyed. So we have to have a solution to that too. It's certainly a good idea to talk to each other and to look for good solutions together. I think many of you know the answer to the question whether the EU will continue to be a community in this area too. Will we be able to look for joint solutions that will make all of the members safe and secure, and all of the Europeans safe and secure? The main catchphrase repeated by our presidency is security. So today we want to talk about energy security. Once again, let me thank you for coming to this meeting. And before we move on to the first session, I realize that the speaker has her other duties and appointments. So, Madam Speaker, let me thank you once again for opening this meeting. Thanks for participating, and we'll get down to work.
pierwszego poproszę o zabranie
Let me now ask
sekretarza stanu w Ministerstwie Klimatu
the Secretary of State in the Ministry of Economic Development,
Motykę.
at the Ministry of Climate and Environment, to take the floor. This is Mr. Miłosz Motyka, who's responsible for renewable energy sources in Poland. Poland is undergoing a very significant change as far as this is concerned. So, Minister Motyka, the floor is yours.
Bardzo dziękuję. Szanowny Panie
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Minister, ladies and gentlemen.
transformacja energetyczna w Polsce trwa.
Energy transition is ongoing in Poland.
Mówiła Pani minister,
The speaker, the minister, mentioned
absolutnie naszym priorytetem.
this transition. It is a priority, but it also a very important economic challenge for the coming dozen or so years. As Poles, we can be proud of the road that we've already traveled in terms of systemic economic infrastructural changes over the last 30 years or so. Our membership in the EU has contributed bilateral cooperation with representatives of the member states of the EU, with third countries. We are very grateful for this cooperation, although we will point to our own point of view in this discussion. Solidarity has been the foundation. Local government, stemming from solidarity, is a platform. We have granted a lot of competence to local communities. And now the energy transition is taking place at local level as part of our economic transition. Polish entrepreneurs have done a lot, like Poland has grown in terms of infrastructure. Our businesses have grown. Polish industry is growing. And the changes have to take place with support from the EU. Energy transition is a challenge for all of us, particularly in terms of pricing stability and competitiveness. Recent events have shown that we have to be resilient to crises, not one crisis, but they can threaten our economic stability. Europe has to react to threats, but it also has to preempt them. We have been ready in energy terms, our region and the EU. We have been resilient to economic blackmail from Russia and then the full-scale aggression. Are we now ready in terms of production that Stanisław Gawłowski mentioned, in terms of the production of munitions, arms production and resilience? Or are we just starting to see as a result of the full-scale aggression on Ukraine? Have we been ready to deal with the COVID-19? Have we been ready in terms of the manufacture of medicines? Are we now ready to be the technological powerhouse in terms of manufacturing new technologies in renewable energy? We very much need the debate. Senate in Poland is called the chamber of reflection, but it's also a chamber of hard work and activity. There have been many important documents that have made a solid contribution to legislative work of the government. As Poland, as the presidency country, we would like us to build internally our supply chains. Another threat that is on the horizon is the trade war, or a commercial crisis, we can call it that. Between allies, we prefer to mitigate crises rather than boost it. Europe has to be strong with what it manufactures. We need to re-industrialize to produce state-of-the-art technology. We should recycle more, and we should be as independent as possible. The full-scale aggression on Ukraine, recent crises, COVID-19, the economic crisis that may result from interrupted supply chains as a result of the trade war, It all points to the fact that we should be counting on ourselves. We should be strong with what we manufacture, and we should be focusing on cooperation, in economic cooperation in particular. We will be presenting the Polish perspective on this. Chair Gawłowski has already stated that we are all aware of the fact that we want to live in a clean environment. It influences the economic calculations related to energy transition. We need affordable energy and stable supply of this energy, but it also influences our health. The health of the population is particularly essential. We will live longer as a result of the energy transition. But we cannot forget those who for dozens of years or for several generations have been living in an area where there is no modern industry, services and jobs. And there are plenty of such places across the EU, not just in Poland. And we have to give these people a chance. We have to use their experience. They have been working in the energy sector for generations, some of them, or for dozens of years. And we have to focus on these people. The alternative is weakening the trust of these people and of businesses to the European Union. If we can be proud of something, it is the European community, and this is something that is underappreciated. We should be emphasizing this. There is no war in Europe. Western Europe is free of conflict, thanks to the European community. And this is our joint achievement. We should be proud of that, and we should be managing and steering this union to mitigate conflict. We need to boost trust from the industry, from entrepreneurs in economic transition, energy transition. We have to work with them. We do not need to impose solutions. We need to develop them together with the business community who has contributed to European welfare. We hope that the transition will be just. We will be using circular economy principles. Industry needs to come back to Europe. Technologies need to be developed in Europe. We need to build a European supply chain. And then, in terms of technology, what remains in Europe should be reused in Europe. This will help us avoid trade war, and we will not be threatened by any ships that would block the Suez Canal. Let's be resilient to crises. Let's be strong in diversity. I'm very happy about this discussion. Thank you very much, Chair, the Speaker. Thank you very much for inviting the Ministry of the Environment. Together with the Ministry of Industry and other ministries, we are ready to have an honest and open discussion. We are ready to listen to your ideas on how to build a strong Europe, a Europe strong with what we manufacture in Europe. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister, for taking the floor. And now I'd like to open discussion. In the first session, which is on the competitiveness compass and the clean industry deal, I would like to pass the floor to Lili André from Sweden. She will be the first speaker. You can speak from where you are seated. There are microphones in front of you. Just press the button and you can speak. We have 15 people applying for the floor, and we have 3 sessions. Please do not exceed 3 minutes when you make a statement.
Can I give the floor to my colleague
Oh,
here?
yes, okay.
I give the floor to Linus Laxå. So I give the floor to Linus Laxo.
Okay, yeah. Linus Laxo, I can represent Sweden for this first introducing speech. I'm a representative for the Green Party, so we're now in opposition. But we started a very important journey last period in Sweden with the green transition of the energy system and on the industry, especially with fossil-free steel production, which is now being planned in the north of Sweden, and a very fast expansion of wind power, mainly. And of course, we are a bit lucky with our hydropower and bioenergy, but we want to keep up the pace with investing in renewable energy sources, and now our government at the present also want to build more nuclear energy. And as being said before from several speakers, we think it's very important both for the environment, the climate transition, and also our security. So we really embrace EU to keep up the pace, and also it's very important to not forget about climate targets when we do this transition, but it's also a lot of synergies with our security and security of supply. I think our what need to be addressed is maybe when we connect our electricity grid. I think we need to address the price situation, because that can be challenging for especially our household in the south of Sweden. They are not so happy with the electricity prices being high, but me as a Green, I want good cooperation with all within Europe, and as I want to be able to continue connecting our energy system and our electric grid. But finally, I think it's very important that we continue to cooperate within the EU and develop all these green and emission-free technologies. Yeah, I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Bardzo dziękuję. Teraz poproszę o zabranie głosu
Thank you very much. I will pass the floor now to Anna Bryłka,
Parlament Europejski.
the European Parliament.
Powiem, że na tych wskaźnikach z boku widać czas Państwa wystąpienia.
And you will be able to see the time of your speech on the side screens.
Nie ma pani.
I think Ms. Bryłka is not with us. Luca De Carlo.
Eccomi. Buongiorno. Credo che al netto dell'importanza di un incontro come questo, le parole
Good morning. I think that irrespective of the importance of this meeting,
utilizzato, cioè che la
the words that you have spoken, Mr. Chair, and the Minister has already said that the key word of the Polish presidency is security. I think that is a very important milestone.
per noi che non siamo polacchi che questo
I think that it is also important for us, who are not Polish, to learn that the Senate is a place of reflection, where you are thinking about legislation. You share your thoughts and opinions, but coming from different perspectives. We, the 27 countries that shape this extraordinary continent that is Europe, we're all looking for a way to face up to difficult times, economic wars, military wars not far from here. It all means that we need to reflect on what's happening, irrespective of the ideology. to provide specific response to the changes that is ongoing globally. The energy transition is also about supply. We need to make sure that our industry, our households have permanent access to sources of energy while changing the energy mix and changing the countries from which the energy resources come from. But a precondition is that we need to get energy from the countries that contribute to our security, that offer to us access to energy sources. This is what our industrial companies need. Our companies need access not just to sources that may be interrupted. They need continuous access to secure energy. The economic transition has to be accompanied by social transition. We need to look after affordable prices. We don't have green in a desert. You will not find the color green in the desert. So on the one hand, we have to move away from fossil fuels and move towards other fuels, but we have to be guided by neutrality. We cannot move from being reliant on fossil fuels to being reliant on other energy sources. Europe cannot be put on the defense. It cannot just react to what's happening globally. Historically, by our skills to react, our talent, our adaptability and innovation, we have always been able to set the pace of change and to determine the direction of change. Unfortunately, ideology has made a stamp and determined our political choices. Now we're coming back to a healthy situation, and this is what it should be like for our companies not to be guided by a dictatorship of a minority. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Miroslav Gregoric from Slovenia.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would like to point out to another item which was not yet discussed here, and I will speak very shortly about the sustainability. We should focus also on the efficient use of energy. Because, and let me show you in a very broad perspective, this world, which was mentioned, we have now 8 billion, and in the year 2050, we will probably be 10 billion. But at the moment, we have tremendous differences between rich and poor. GDP per capita per year in Burundi is $200. What can you do with $200? And Luxembourg, 128,000. This is difficult to be sustainable. If we go into the primary energy consumption, we have very similar. In Somalia and many other countries in Africa, 217 kilowatt hours per year primary energy consumption. And Qatar, 227,000. And Europe is somewhere in between. Is this sustainable? If we also go, let's say, I will give you another example, nuclear power plants density. Sweden used to be the most densely populated by nuclear power plants, 12 reactors per 8 million population at that time. But now, if we took example of France, 1 reactor per million population, if we would extrapolate this to India, we would need now in India 1,400 nuclear power plants. In China, we would need 1,500. In China, 1,400. Globally, we would now need 8,000 nuclear power plants. Well, we don't have operators. We don't have uranium. We don't have zirconium, and we would have big problem to build it. So we should look into this. But then if we go into the competitiveness compass and clean industrial deal, I will give you only very short. It will be very difficult to put back production of raw steel in Europe because we basically scrapped all the raw iron production. It's possible, but difficult. But I will give you another example, pharmaceuticals. I think it's much easier to get back pharmaceuticals. Europe now imports 90% of precursors for pharmaceutical industry from India and China. This is definitely not sustainable. But then for the competitiveness, I think we are in a bad boat or bad ship compared to US. US gave $250 billion for chip stimulation, for chip production or development. They announced now 500 billion for artificial intelligence. Where is Europe? We don't match in 10% of this. So it will be very hard to be competitive in this way. Thank you very much.
Dziękuję bardzo. Poproszę o zabranie głosu panią senator Magdalenę Kochan, Polska.
Magdalena Kochan, senator from Poland. Thank you, Chair. I'm not so pessimistic as the previous speaker. I believe that the challenges that Europe is facing are challenges that we know how to tackle. But there is one condition. All the changes that are happening in the world independently of us must be tackled, and I think we can do that. In Europe, we will be able to do it if we act together, and that's very important. If we complement each other's advantages, and if we get rid of the differences that get in the way and are present in each and every one of our countries. I also think about people. Every type of climate change impacts humans. Not only is the world changing from the geographical point of view, but climate change affects civilization and has affected civilizations in the past. I believe that if we get ready for it, we'll be able to do it. Some of the previous speakers, including the minister, mentioned that it's not just an issue of acting retroactively after something happened, but also if we have a forecast that something is about to happen, then we have to preempt this event before it happens. I'm sure that we know how to do it. It's all about people at the end of the day. Europe is getting older. As a result, it will need immigrants. And in this situation, we have to be aware of where these migrations will be coming from, what it will look like, how to prepare for it, and how to be able to integrate the people who will come. And come they will. And this is something we are finding difficult to face today, but it's a fact. So how do we prepare our young people to those new climate challenges and energy transition? How do we educate the young people? What professions, what vocations they should be good at? How do we prepare them for it? And so on. In many countries, we have to get ready to a redevelopment of our grids and our power stations. This may mean that there will be more people living or moving to different areas that are uninhabited right now. Then how do we prepare the local authorities, and how do we help them to prepare more apartments, more housing, more schools, and so forth? Energy transition and climate change impacts humans, but it's humans that can cope with it. Our social policy also has to be adapted to those changes. And I'm convinced that if we work together in Europe, we will be up to the task and we will be able to face down the challenges of the 21st century. Thank you.
Pani senator.
Thank you, Senator.
Zabranie głosu panią Obono, Francja.
Danielle Bono from France.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to emphasize two items that are of particular importance when it comes to this topic. Number one is about the responsibility of the EU towards the rest of the world and the role of being a pioneer that we used to play. But this role is becoming even more important today. If we look at the changes in the US, for example, and the very clear decisions of the Trump administration of withdrawing from all international processes that relate to climate change and the protection of biodiversity. This means that our continent, the European Union, has to be even more responsible and has to take on itself even more responsibility. Now, right now we are considering the omnibus package and we have the environmental protection regulations, but from my point of view, this isn't just very positive. I think that the current changes in the EU are not going in the best direction. If we want to adapt our economy and industry to the changes of the environment, we have to act in a slightly different way. We have the financial resources to do it, and we need to get going now. If we do it late, then, and if we reduce our targets and requirements, the shock at the end of it will be even bigger. So my point is that this is a very urgent matter, and we have to work in a coordinated way on the EU level. We mustn't yield to this temptation to lower our expectations in the EU. And I also want to mention energy security and the approach to saving energy. When we look at energy transition, it also requires certain sectors to reduce its energy consumption. So we've got the development of low-emission energy sources on the one hand, and we have to keep developing our industries in a low energy intensive way as the second part of this equation. And both parts are necessary for our good energy transition. Thank you. Let me now ask Lily Andre to take the floor. She was the first person originally, but we had Mr. Laxo as the first speaker, so now it's over to Ms. Andre.
Thank you very much. So the recent geopolitical events clearly demonstrates that Europe needs a stronger, more resilient and faster-footed industrial base. And to achieve this, we need to firmly pursue the green transition. And it continues to be a key driver for our industrial competitiveness. It is also key that we do all we can to provide industry with a stable and predictable policy framework. This is paramount for creating a strong business case and spur private investment. Hence, we need to firmly stand by the Fit for 55 package. The Clean Industrial Deal largely aligns with these key priorities. We especially want to highlight the following aspects. 1, focus on lead markets. We're committed to creating favorable conditions for scaling demand for for green technology, including in the context of a circular economy. 2, decrease strategic dependencies in several key sectors, such as energy, critical raw materials, and emerging technologies, in order to increase the union resilience. The primary approach should be market-based solutions through diversified trade, new free trade agreements, and openness to third countries. Substantial subsidies in third countries have undermined the functioning of international markets for various industrial products, challenging our industrial base. Appropriate multilateral solutions should be sought to address negative effects of such subsidies. However, trade defense instruments should be used in a restrained manner. I also want to mention regulatory burden. The EU needs to strengthen its competitiveness. It should be easy to start, run, and develop business in Europe. The trend of increasing regulatory burden for our European business needs to be broken. Businesses should be able to focus on their core businesses rather than on reporting requirements. That is a key to boosting our competitiveness. We welcome that the Commission is taking the regulatory simplification work to the next level and presenting concrete proposals. We now need to work for effective negotiation work so that the new proposal can make a real difference for companies. Sweden will continue to be an active partner in ensuring that they are based on smart market-based solutions rather than large publicly funded industrial policy initiatives, and to ensure that the US remains a strong voice for free, sustainable, and rule-based trade in the world. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo. Poproszę o zabranie głosu pana.
Thank you very much. Let me now ask Joris Thijssen from the Netherlands to take the floor.
And thanks for organizing this parliamentary dimension of the discussions we have in Europe. I think it's very timely that you do this with the focus on security, because we all see the war that's going on in our continent, and it's threatening the European Union as well. We also see the economic war that's now going on worldwide, and it's also impacting our economies. And we also see climate change that's also threatening our societies. And of course, our people are also being influenced by this because they experience high energy prices, insecurity. And I just want to respond to one of the earlier speakers. If you look at the potential of renewable energy, you see that, for example, only solar energy can power the world thousands of times by the amount of solar energy that hits the Earth every year. So there's plenty of renewable energy. The challenge is for Europe and for the world how to harness these renewable energy and use it for our societies. And we believe in the Netherlands that the European Union can do anything. We have the people, we have the knowledge, we have the capital, we have everything that we need to make sure we are a secure continent, and we use renewable energies instead of fossil fuels and be dependent on foreign continents. And in the Netherlands at the moment we have a right-wing government, but even with a right-wing government that has been climate skeptic at times, or parties in it have been climate skeptic at times, you see them working very closely together in Europe, and you also see that they take the security problem very seriously. On a more personal note, I must say I do see them doing budget cuts on climate policies, and I see them reducing climate policies, but in general they're quite positive to the agenda that is at the table today at this session. At the same time, there's also some worries that I have that I'd like to share. So first of all, I think the transition we go through from a fossil fuel-based economy to a renewable-based must be a just transition. And yesterday I had the honor to have dinner with the Professor Minister that just spoke, and she told me how Poland is going from 90% coal dependent to only 40% coal dependent at the moment, and how they do that in a just way. And I think that was very inspirational and an example of how we do that in the rest of Europe. But we're also heard the other minister where we said we need to re-industrialize Europe. And there's a reason why we lost our industries in the past few years. And I think there's a challenge. I think we should be very strong on lead markets. We should create a market for clean and circular products. And I think That should be stronger in the current European proposals. And I also think we should be stronger on protecting our markets from unfair production from other continents, be it the US with their tariffs or to Chinese with their overproduction. And that's the 3 minutes. So thanks for now, Chair.
Dziękuję bardzo. Poproszę.
Thank you very much. Let me now give the floor to Vinicio Giuseppe Guido Peluffo from Italy. And sorry for mispronouncing your name.
I think that today's discussion is clearly pointing out that the relaunch and the strengthening of competitiveness are in the real heart of the European debate, as demonstrated by the approach followed by the European Commission with the European Clean Industrial Deal and, of course, the Competitiveness Compass. These documents are aimed in the right direction, especially in the current geopolitical context in which economic and environmental challenges are increasingly interconnected. But I want to underline that relaunching competitiveness does not mean abandoning the decarbonization objectives, which can actually stimulate growth and productivity. It is also clearly stated in Mario Draghi's report that in order to strengthen the competitivity capacity of the Union, decarbonization can in fact represent an important opportunity. And in this scenario, Europe should take a leading role in the new clean technologies and at the same time shift energy production towards clean, safe, and low-cost energy sources. Because it's a fact that renewable energy sources are the solution to guarantee more energy at a lower cost, to the benefit of families and businesses. Until now, the European energy system has not been able to run away, let's say, from the global dynamics of energy price increases. And focusing on renewables is certainly the best way to follow in order to reduce energy prices and restore purchasing power for families. At the same time, it is necessary to encourage, from my point of view, the decoupling of the price of electricity from that of gas through the stipulation of long-term electricity contracts. And I think on this theme, a European initiative in this direction would be certainly warmly welcome, let's say. And to solve the problem of the high cost of energy, the Clean Industrial Deal correctly identifies the solution in the energy transition. But I think it's necessary that good intentions are supported by adequate investments at European level. If the energy transition is a strategic priority for the EU, then we should be able to increase tremendously the level of investment, considering also, I think, the possibility of resorting to common European debt. And I conclude, President, by recalling that the energy sector, as also underlined in the Enrico Letta's report, is in fact a sector in which the Union dimension should prevail on the national one in the future in order to reach effective results.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much. Let me now give the floor to Senator Piotr Masłowski from Poland. Mr. Chair, dear colleagues, I will start my presentation by this book by Peter Zeihan, End of the World is Just a Beginning. Zeihan is an American strategist and a demographer who published a book in 2022 with scenarios of what will happen with the world if America will no longer be the peacekeeper of the world. And this is happening as we speak. America has suspended its Pax Americana, and the author presents very negative scenarios for Europe in this book. They are negative for Europe, but positive for America. And this is based on demography, but we're not going to talk about it. But he also talks about energy and access to natural resources and the renewable energy sources, which he does not believe in. I've brought this together with data on the American and the European trade balance, and I wrote an article in February that we are mostly buying gas, oil, and medications from America. So this means that these prices are likely to go down, because this is the best way for America to improve its trade balance and to make Europe even more dependent. Mind you, I'm not claiming that I have understood Trump's genius plan. I don't think anybody in the world has understood his great plan. But let me give you some data from the 8th of April, quite recent data. We have the Polish Minister of Climate and Environment, who said that 70% of oil and gas in Europe comes from outside Europe. At the same time, a message appeared in the media that was not noticed in Poland. The European Commission is prepared to talk to the USA about increasing the purchase of LNG. Donald Trump suggested on Monday that increasing the purchasing of LNG by Europe could be a way into further talks about the customs tariffs imposed by the US. So the customs tariffs could be reduced, said Trump, if they, the Europeans, buy more LNG from us. The conclusions are the following. If we have low oil and gas prices, the low prices of fossil fuels will discourage us from energy transition going in the right direction. And I'm now talking to parliamentarians. We're all politicians here. Our electorate thinks in short term very often, and they think about their wallet, the money they have at the end of the month. And they want cheaper energy prices. But if we don't follow green transition, we will continue to be dependent on other countries like the USA and other undemocratic countries. So I hope that in spite of those lower prices, we'll have the resilience to continue the green transition, because we will no longer be independent as the EU if we don't. Thank you. And our friend and colleague from the Czech Republic. On behalf of the Czech senators, let me thank you for the invitation to this conference on extraordinarily important topics. Let me thank the hosts, the senators of the Republic of Poland for great meetings. In the Czech Republic, we are now talking about the compass and the clean industrial deal. We have to strengthen the EU's independence. We have to support research and innovation, and we have to maintain our competitiveness while continuing the decarbonization process in a rational way. The compass and the deal refer to high energy prices, and these are indeed one of the biggest challenges for Europe. Decarbonization has to be based on real geopolitical and economic conditions. Decarbonization must not lead to a weakening of the European industry. On the contrary, it should strengthen it. That's why we believe some of the goals have to be reconsidered. For example, the ban starting in 2035 on the sales of internal combustion engines and the launch of the ETS2 system. Also, the target of 90% reduction is, in our opinion, difficult to achieve. The investment in decarbonization brings about a great opportunity to modernize our energy sector and industry, and they are a great chance for us to increase the long-term competitiveness. One of our regular postulates is for the Commission to prepare new initiatives based on real analyses that take into account the special characteristics of individual member states. This is something we proposed when the Green Deal was being introduced, and our request remains current. We also insist on technological neutrality. It's very important that nuclear power, which is of utmost importance to the Czech Republic, mind you, up to 40% of our electrical energy comes from nuclear power in the Czech Republic. So this type of energy, nuclear energy, has to be considered green energy. We must not give up on this sector, and it has to have its rightful place at the table. We have a positive opinion on the compact insisting on the simplification of EU regulations. EU companies are under more and more pressure in terms of the red tape. Simplifying the regulations have to be the first step. We have to eliminate the overly complicated and unnecessary requirements that very often don't really bring any actual value. They only make things more complicated. The high level of energy prices, we believe, is because we are dependent on the imports of fossil fuels, and we are dependent on price manipulations. Energy in the EU is much more expensive than in the USA or China, and there are significant differences between individual member states too. We appreciate the Commission's efforts to solve this situation through its action plan for affordable energy, but the measures in the plan will bring about medium-term effects and not short-term effects, and they are insufficient. We don't agree to the high energy prices being compensated for from national budgets, which are overextended as they are. It is our goal to keep extending the power grids and to have a good common market for energy and gas, and we also have to increase energy efficiency. We support clean energy, the integration of markets, flexibility, energy warehousing or energy storage, and the integration of industry. In this area, the Czech Republic has introduced a number of legal simplifications. We continue to introduce them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You were speaking Polish so beautifully, so you can run for Polish Senate next time. Now I'd like to pass the floor to Gabriela Morawska-Stanecka. Thank you very much, Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, when we are talking about competitiveness and supply chains and industry, I keep going back to the situation from 2020. In my constituency, there is a serious company that is manufacturing lighting and exports it to 70 countries. And then the pandemic struck. And during the pandemic, this company had to stop its operations, not because of the fact that its employees were sick or because of restrictions. They were missing one wire, 2-centimeter long wire that came from China. And I think it was the pandemic that made us aware of the existence of supply chains and our reliance on other global players in this respect. That's why in Europe there are many factors, but the competitiveness compass is so important, because lack of competitiveness in the ever-changing reality, in a situation where we have social media, where information is faster than action, this feeds populists and propaganda. And as Senator Masłowski said, our voters, they are thinking about the here and now. They're not thinking about what's going to happen in 5 years. They are thinking about what to eat, how to pay for what they have to pay, and they think until tomorrow, what the world of tomorrow is going to be like. We have to be smarter because we all remember in Europe the impact of the crisis that took place in the 1930s. That's why the EU was established, to avoid a repeat ever again. That's why we have to be consistent. Our policies and of the member states and of the EU have to be complementary. We have to be mutually reinforcing rather than competing with one another. We have to work together to strengthen our competitiveness compared to other global players. That's why the strategy for competitiveness and decarbonization is a necessity. The Draghi report and the competitiveness compass demonstrate that the decarbonization policy can be a driving force for our growth, provided that we have an integration with the industrial, commercial policy, economic policy, and competitiveness policy. The European industry has to have strong arguments for major investments, climate-neutral investments, and investments in energy-intensive areas of industry using clean energy. The Achilles heel of Europe are the energy-intensive branches of industry where other countries, other global players are benefiting because of the low price of energy. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now I'd like to pass the floor to Kasper Biskens from Latvia.
Good morning, dear colleagues. Indeed, in these very turbulent times, our commitment to energy independence, security, self-reliance, and self-sufficiency, alongside a comprehensive climate action industrial policy, is, of course, more important than ever. So I join all of the colleagues in thanking the Polish presidency for this very timely debate. In my view, this is no place for this kind of growing unhealthy juxtaposition between climate action and competitiveness. In my book, these are mutually reinforcing concepts and should remain as part of Europe's connectivity. Latvia has a relatively clean energy mix, mostly owing to our cascade of hydro plants along River Daugava, but at the same time we still have thermal plants, gas-fueled, mostly through imported LNG, which is obviously better than Russian-imported gas that we used previously. But still, this is a great potential to invest in renewable sources so that we can fully diversify our energy mix. We are working on a comprehensive energy strategy, 2050, which will also serve as an umbrella for our national climate and energy plan. And this strategy earmarks an investment to the tune of 35 billion compared to around 40 billion Latvian GDP, so 35 billion investment by year 2050, mostly driven towards clean energy. So this is also an encouragement to the international investor community. There are very good opportunities to invest in wind, both onshore, offshore, solar, of course, storage capacities. And Latvia at some point will become a net exporter of clean energy. And that's why we're hoping that this will also pave the way for additional interconnections, for example, between Latvia and Sweden, so that we can jointly create a more resilient and also cost-competitive electricity and broader energy network. So importantly, keeping in mind this big investment deficit, in the upcoming multi-annual financial framework, European Union should double down on its investment into energy. Connecting Europe facility alongside other infrastructure investment platforms should remain. And here I echo what Mr. Gregovic mentioned about Europe falling behind the US in terms of its ambition of investing in green technologies, in infrastructure, in also other technologies. And let's just say, while the US will be going drill, baby, drill, this is a great moment for EU to regain its global leadership in clean industries and clean technologies, not just for our security, not just for our cost competitiveness, but for our broader industrial development. So once again, thank you to the presidency. The spring in Warsaw is very beautiful.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much. Over to José Antonio Valbuena Alonso from Spain.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I would like to thank the Poland Parliament for the organization of this meeting, a very important meeting for the future of Europe. First, I would like to share with you some reflection. First of all, the decarbonization is possible because if we're looking to Spain, in the last year, we have produced our 56% of the electricity with renewable energy. If we sum up the nuclear power energy, it means that in last year in Spain, next to the 8% of the electricity was produced with the decarbonization process. So here we have the first reflection. Are we talking only about decarbonization with renewable energy, or we're talking about the zero-emission energy? Because if we're talking about the second point, we have to talk with the nuclear power plant. So here we have a little problem in Europe policy. Nowadays, we don't have a real energy policy in the European Union. We are 27 countries, and every country has designed their own energy transition plan. For example, there is not the same focus point on the energy transition plan in Spain that, for example, in France. France is based their energy transition plan in nuclear power, and Spain now is based in renewable energy process. So, if we really want to share this problem with the only point of view, we have to share and we have to fix and only policies respecting every country. For example, in the European Union, we are 440 million people. We are 100 more people than in USA. But the image to the rest of the world is that one people, Donald Trump, every morning, decided what's going to happen in the world. But we are 100 people more than USA people. But the problem is that we are 27 countries with 27 different policies. For example, we have a problem in Spain if we want to share our green energy or zero energy to the rest of Europe. And the problem is the connection, the grid connection. It's not possible for us to share our energy to the rest of Europe. So it's maybe possible that for energy countries get their decarbonization of their economy earlier than the rest of Europe. And for us, it's a very sad news because we want to share our advantages with the rest of Europe. We have more our sun power, output power than the rest of Europe. If we're talking about wind, it's also the same, but we want to share those capacity to the rest of Europe. But to share it, we have to develop some policies to share this energy with the rest of Europe. Because if not possible, we are going to solve our problem in Spain and very in Portugal, where it's not possible to share this solution with the rest of Europe, and we wanted to share this solution.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much. Over to Luc Franks from Belgium.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. D'abord, remercie pour l'invitation et pour l'organisation.
Thank you very much for your invitation and for the organization of this debate. I'd like to share with you some thoughts as regards what's happening right now in Belgium. The issue of security, supply of energy, which is on the table, is an issue that we do not remember. I'm a member of the Energy Committee, but also the Defense Committee in Belgium. Let me give you two examples. In Belgium, we have the biggest gas port We visited 3 weeks ago, and we determined that 50% of gas is gas from shales, which is not manufactured in an environmentally friendly way. It comes from the US, and 29% comes from Russia still. Belgium is a transit country, and most of the gas is going to Germany. So it is problematic from the point of view of independence and from the point of view of the fact that we're buying gas from Russia and we're giving money to Ukraine for it to defend our values. So that's one problem. The second problem is that in 2003, Belgium decided to give up on nuclear energy. And now the parliament has repealed this article and to resume investing in nuclear energy by building SMRs. I asked a question. The company that manages these power plants said that it does not wish to build new power plants. It wants to maintain the 2 power plants that it has that will continue working until 2050. So the question is, who's going to develop the new small modular reactors? We don't have the technology and we don't have the operator to invest. And I had a very clear answer here. Look at the UK, it's the Chinese who are making these investments. In our country and in some neighboring countries, we seem to forget about independence, strategic independence. So when we're talking about energy, we have to remember about price, number 1, number 2, climate goals, and number 3, we have to remember about independence. To go back to what my colleague said, if we're talking about industry, and this is what the debate centers on, gas from the US is 5 times cheaper. And that is what appalls me, because at some point in time, when prices are too low, it may mean that we will switch back and go in another direction, relying back on fossil fuels. Thank you for this debate. And I think we have a different sensitivity, but I join to what my colleague said. We have to talk about interconnectors because we have a joint project that it incorporates wind energy in cooperation with Denmark. We have to share production capacity. Now, over Madam from Romania.
Pentru organizarea acestui eveniment. O să fac referire la ce ne-a spus reprezentantul Ministerului Mediului, și anume că această problemă este o temă legată de sănătatea noastră. Este o problemă care practic decide. N-aveți traducător? You don't have translation. Okay, I'm going to switch to English, but then again, I want my time back. Okay, so I'm going to speak 3 minutes, but I'm going to, okay, sorry. So thank you so much for organizing this event, and thank you so much for allowing us to speak on such important topics. I'm going to go back to what the representative for the Ministry of Environmental Protection told us, that we speak about health problems. When we speak about green transition, we speak about how many years we are going to lose or gain if we have this green transition. And in Romania, we lose in our lifetime a median of 4 years because of air pollution. That's only for air pollution. And in Romania, and I want to specify this, we are in the place where we closed part of our mines. What happens now, we have more than 500 sites, toxic sites, with lead, with copper, with all heavy metals that are poisoning our Romanians, thousands of Romanians. We went a few weeks ago with our commissions, environmental protection commissions, on the field to see how they live. And basically what we've encountered is many people telling us, please don't let us lose our years in life because of this transition. And that's why I'm saying this is that I'm very proud of being part of the European Union. The European Union is the one that can take this very important, strategic, difficult decisions, and can also be the one who can bring us answers and resources to resolve the obstacles that we face right now. When we speak about competitiveness, we almost always think about economic competitiveness. And we think about macroeconomic criterias, but they don't always show the quality of life. And this is where the European Union is a major actor at international level, because when we speak about competitiveness at European level, we also think about the quality of life. And that's something that is a tremendous differentiator between us and all the other international actors. And what I want to say, because I only have 10 seconds left, is that the European Union's direction in the green transition is the right one. Yes, we can have a green European. Yes, we can be competitive. And yes, we can buy our ears back through these measures of protecting the environment. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much. I'd like to pass the floor to Aleksander Śniegocki from Poland. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for giving me the floor. I'm a representative of an independent think tank. I also focus on the effectiveness of economic policy. To address the topic of competitiveness, the topic of this session. To structure the discussion, I think we need to pay attention to the fact that when we are talking about competitiveness, we are talking more about productivity, how well we are using our resources to generate welfare. Apart from productivity, we also need to look at resilience in order to generate affluence and welfare. We need to address the issue of supply chains. When elements of supply chains disappear or one of our trade partners becomes more problematic. We also need to look at energy transition and clean technology. This is something that you will find in the Draghi report, a systemic look at the development of industry, clean technologies. Here we have to be very pragmatic. In some places, Europe doesn't have much chance to build a very competitive international industry, and here we need to diversify. In some places, we want to physically maintain production in Europe, and these are our strategic manufacturing reserves. And in all these cases, it's the European approach based on cooperation within the EU and cooperation as member states. It is very effective. As a trade bloc, we can negotiate better conditions, we can diversify trade, and it's better to invest on a European scale rather than on the scale of individual member states. The same goes for electromobility, transfer of technology back to Europe. If we have a policy where every member state negotiates independently with Chinese corporations, it may be a bit problematic. But if we negotiate together as the European Union, as one of the biggest markets in the world, the key buyers of this technology, we have a chance of success. And the same goes for developing our own new technologies. We need to look at the European market, at the common lead markets for clean technologies. We have the single market, and this means that European companies have to compete in this market, and it should not be that it's European governments that are competing against one another. We need a common European approach.
So this is the first intervention from an analyst from an NGO. And We will now ask Dominika Taranko from Wind Industry Hub to take the floor.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to have this intervention today. I represent an organization which goal is supporting industrial-based development for wind energy onshore and offshore. But just to give you a sense from where I come, for 15 years I've been working for energy market, from looking at different aspects, oil and gas, LNG, electricity trade. I had a pleasure to lead Energy and Climate Forum for one of the largest business unions. So the fact that I'm devoted to wind energy, it's not the fact that I see only this technology in the picture. And what is important to mention, the significance of wind energy to Europe is visible from two aspects. First of all, in 20-25 years, we want to have half of our electricity production coming from wind. When we look at Europe, but also when we look at Poland in terms of our plans of energy transition. And at the same time, wind industry is probably the last one that actually was invented and started in Europe, but still remains to be European. When we look at who is actually building offshore and offshore wind projects. So knowing that and knowing how difficult it is to be competitive today, being an industrial entity on the market, I see 3 points that governments, parliamentaries from all European Union members can do to support the industry. First of all, is to show a clear pipeline of projects, so the long-term vision which won't be changed from one election to another. This discussion is present today, that lower prices of gas and oil can discourage us from proceeding in this project. Clear pipeline of projects for the industry and for the investors and developers is a highway to go, and be sure that these companies will be with you. The second thing is analysis of capabilities that we have in Europe. European Commission tried to do that, but it's dramatically difficult to collect the data on the national level, so it would be nice to have such analysis in each country. And the third is supporting national specializations. So each country should know which place you would act in wind sector in terms of this cooperation that we are discussing, not competition. Thank you very much.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, Joanna Maćkowiak-Pandera from the Energy Forum.
Honor to be here. Thank you very much for involving independent think tank. Forum Energy was established 10 years ago in order to support Polish energy transition. And in fact, once you thought probably Poland, energy and climate, like 5 years ago, it was coal. And now, as you said, actually from 90% of coal, we came to the 55% of coal, which means that maybe we are the fast transforming country in Europe. And I'm very proud of this, and this is very good direction. I would like to mention 2 points which are extremely relevant, because 2 weeks ago, Forum Energy, together with Bruegel and ECFR, European Council on Foreign Relationships, we proposed a new strategy, sustainable energy security strategy for Europe. It's an extremely relevant topic because things around us are changing. We see the changing paradigm. We see actually huge tension to come back to Russian fossil fuels, which is a threat because we know where this strategy led us. And the previous energy security strategy of Europe emerged in 2014. It was short after Crimea annexation, and European Union should discuss now, and it should be actually part of the European Council conclusions during Polish presidency in June, new energy security strategy. And in our view, it should be mainly renewables, flexibility. It should be basically minimalization of the fossil fuels, because as you many of you already mentioned, dependence is a big challenge. And not only dependence, but also volatility. Once we cannot plan investments because we don't know how much the fuels will cost. This is number one. And number two, which I think is extremely relevant for energy and climate policy, is electrification strategy for Europe. It should be part of the European program in the second half of the years, but we need to be aware that there will be no electrification without lowering the electricity prices. In that context, we need new electricity market design. Apart from this affordable energy prices discussion which we are having now, we need to have more transparency in the energy market and discussion about how to actually give impetus to the investments which are needed. And these are both renewables, but also we need dispatchable capacities to balance the system. So it will be extremely relevant for the second half of the year, and I hope your governments will support it too. And very last point, competitiveness is not only electricity price. There are other elements which are relevant. I don't want that we will only complain then about Green Deal and transformation, because what is value of Europe is the quality of life, is actually cost of living, which are, of course, they are probably higher compared to China and US, but on the other hand, it's extreme value which we need to protect. Also democracy and how we operate in the European Union is extremely relevant. So competitiveness is not only about energy prices. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much. And we have now arrived at the end of the first session. This was a session on clean energy. And let me try to summarize what we've been saying this first part in just a few sentences. Now, without wanting to refer to one particular speaker, because all of the speakers pointed out very important things, and they pointed to certain challenges, including, for example, the supply of nuclear fuel, if we want to have a low or zero-emission nuclear power in our countries. I think that everybody in this room realizes what the challenges are, and they are definitely being debated in the European Commission and Parliament, and they don't necessarily work so well in national parliaments. And I don't think that the citizens of individual member states fully understand the content of this debate. And it is our role to be able to communicate with the citizens of our countries and to make them realize that this is not just an issue of fighting for clean air, and air pollution causes an inordinate number of deaths in EU member states. But this is not just about clean air, it's also a fight for the future of Europe and for the protection of the values that we all share in this community. I would like to quote something that Mr. Joris Tyson said. He said that we can achieve anything we want if we act as the EU. And I fully agree with this. We sometimes say where there is will, there is a way. And we have to have the will to achieve what we need to achieve. The Draghi reports and the competitiveness compass talk about the decarbonization policy as a flywheel of our growth, but we have to be sure that it becomes the flywheel of growth. And finally, because we do want to end this session on time, if we can't do it, then who will do it? And if we don't do it now, then when will we be doing it? This is the juncture we're at, and we have to face these challenges right now. Thank you very much for this first session, and I would like to invite everybody for a coffee break. We have to go one floor up, and we'll be back in this room at 11 sharp. Thank you.
O. Tak. Zapraszam wszystkich o zajęcie miejsc.
Please take your seats.
Premiera Pawlaka również.
That includes Prime Minister Pawlak, who's now a senator.
Senatorze,
Senator?
rozmawia z kobietą i nie słyszy, tak, to prawda.
He's been talking to a lady and couldn't hear, but please take your seat, sir.
Przystępujemy do sesji drugiej.
Let's start session 2, a clean industrial deal for the EU's energy production.
Pozwólcie, że przywitam gości
Let me welcome our special guest,
dla nas Polaków, bo
special for us Poles,
premiera,
certainly,
byłego premiera polskiego,
former Prime Minister of Poland, Mr. Jerzy Buzek,
byłego przewodniczącego
former President of the European Parliament,
pierwszego przewodniczącego Parlamentu Europejskiego,
the first President of the Parliament from Central and Eastern Europe.
Muszę powiedzieć jeszcze dwa zdania o
I have to say two more things about Professor Jerzy Buzek.
Nie wszyscy znają historię Rzeczypospolitej,
Not everyone knows the history of Poland, but I think you all know the history of Europe. In Poland,
wielką zmianę.
we once started the great change.
W Polsce się mówi z komuny. Pan
We
przewodniczący
left the communist system, as we say in Poland.
był pierwszym
Professor Buzek was the first
wolnych związków zawodowych Solidarność.
chair of the debates of the Solidarity Trade Union in Gdańsk.
Obok Lecha Wałęsy wielki
Next to Lech Wałęsa, he is one of the authors of the Great Polish Change. And the last thing that I wanted to say,
wielkim znawcą
he is an expert
transformacji energetycznej.
in energy transition.
Wielkim specjalistą w tej dziedzinie.
He is a specialist in this area.
W Parlamencie Europejskim również właśnie
He presided at the European Parliament, the relevant committee.
zaproszenie do udziału w naszej
Hence,
debacie. Panie
he's been invited to this debate. Prime Minister, Professor, please take the floor.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very glad we can meet here in such a beautiful hall, and thank you very much for the invitation, Mr. Stanisław Gawłowski. It's a very important meeting for me as well. I spent quite a few terms in office in the European Parliament, so it's very important to say some words on reindustrialization, new approach to our energy policy, and also energy prices. Energy prices may be the most important. Because we are in Polish Parliament, in Polish Senate, I will change to my mother tongue, if I may. It will be easier for me, also for some colleagues from Poland, and we've got, I guess, tremendous interpreters, so it will be no problem for you to understand everything properly. So,
Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome. The topic is excellent, and let me start with this. There are two very novel messages from the European Commission: Clean Industrial Deal and the Action Plan for Affordable Energy. Please imagine that in these two documents of the European Commission, 34 times the European Investment Bank is mentioned. Climate neutrality is mentioned 4 times. And the term European Green Deal is not mentioned even a single time. I think this is the key message that we're getting at EU level. The EU is not withdrawing from the Green Deal. The Green Deal and our transitioning away from fossil fuels is part of European law. And no one has any ideas of changing this law. Climate neutrality 2050 stands. It is valid. But now we have a different approach to what we've been doing over the last 5 years. It is most clear to our colleagues from the European Parliament. 5 or 6 years ago, I was at the Parliament where Ursula von der Leyen was proposing the European Green Deal. It was the key term at the time. In line with the expectations of Europeans, we are now changing this term, leaving the contents, but we are changing it to talk about competitive Europe, low energy prices, and climate security. Of course, these subjects are not new. This is essential for Europe. It's not new, however. I wanted to tell you that environmentally friendly reindustrialization combined with fair, just transition and energy security has been valid for over a dozen years. In 3 weeks' time, on the 5th of May this year, it will be 15th anniversary from the moment when in 2010 I was the President of the European Parliament. We have presented together with Jacques Delors, this is the 2-time President of the European Commission, we have proposed together the joint European deal that involved moving away from the previous energy sources. The European community in this respect. This was a breakthrough time. We wanted to achieve 3 things: a common energy market, common research on new energy technologies, and joint purchases, particularly of gas. All 3 actions were supposed to boost our energy security and to lower the prices in the single market, because when you are openly trading, as we're doing with electricity or gas, this is what it leads to. Also, research was supposed to lower prices. We have spent 30 billion euros on research. We have completely different renewable technologies now compared to 15 years ago. And again, we have joint purchases. I contributed to it again because 2 years ago, when I was working at the European Parliament, and I was working on the gas and hydrogen package, we have introduced a provision to include joint purchasing of gas. In the future, it will be joint purchasing of hydrogen and any other raw materials needed by the European Union. I'm telling you all this because when we've been introducing this, me as the President of the European Parliament, I went to all European capitals. I talked to all governments. Some of the governments were wondering, what are we talking about? That was in 2010, 2011. What are we talking about? Joint purchases of gas, single market in energy? We are supposed to compete rather than work together to buy.
I wanted 10 billion euros for research on the renewable energy sources in the EU. And President Barroso replied at the European Parliament in Brussels saying it was impossible, but we have spent 30 billion euros because we were able to overcome the original resistance to these ideas. And the reason I'm reminding you of all this is because in Europe, sometimes we take a very long time to do some things, and it takes a long time to persuade people, but it's worth trying. And this is something that you are facing right now. We have the same challenges as we had 15 years ago, but the situation is far from being the same. So it's important to talk about the things you are going to talk about today. It's even more important than ever before. Now, in the past decade, we had COVID, we had a significant economic slowdown, then we had the treacherous full-scale invasion of Russia on Ukraine, the energy crisis that triggered, and that energy crisis mostly impacted the EU, not the US, not other countries that are far away from the Russia-Ukraine border. It was us who were impacted by the energy crisis the most. So today, we are also feeling the results of a certain crisis of trust between the US and the EU. It's difficult not to mention it. Now, Politico, our European portal, has a very interesting and a slightly jocular summary of this when it said that the EU smoothly went away from asking, will the Americans defend us, to the question, will the Americans invade us? And this is not an abstract question. When we talk about the customs tariffs, the invasion is underway, and we will have to deal with it somehow. Hopefully, nothing worse will happen. So these 5 crises in 5 years is a completely new situation. Now, one lesson from all that is very clear. Sustainable development that reduces our dependence on importing energy and other things from abroad, development that shortens supply chains and increases our independence, is an existential issue. Is the European to be or not to be in this community that the EU is? And we do want to preserve our sovereignty and our empowerment. Now, there are 3 items to mention here, why we need all these things very much. First of all, as we know, we want to be buying and producing military equipment and infrastructure, and we are planning to spend hundreds of billions of euros on it. For that, we need to have a vibrant, competitive economy, and this is what you are talking about. This economy will generate money for those types of expenditure. We can only have stable energy prices, stable prices in industry if energy prices are stable. In 2023, we paid twice as much for energy in energy-intensive industries as China, and it was even relatively more expensive than in the US. 6 out of 10 European companies say that high energy costs are the barrier to further investment. So the price of energy slows it down. It kind of seems to be boiling down to the price. Secondly, the less money for weapons Putin has, the less we will have to spend on defense to ensure that we have an army that's strong enough in Europe. And this is not an army outside of NATO, but this is inside NATO. It's the European pillar of NATO. And we do know very well what Putin was spending his gas, coal and oil money on. And this is the gas, the coal and the oil that we were buying from him. Mind you, we are spending 2.4% of our EU GDP on fossil fuels. 2.4%. But we're only spending 1.9% of our GDP on defense. These figures should be reversed if we are normal about what we do, if we are pragmatic about our chances. I'm very worried that the publication of the EU roadmap leading to us no longer buying fossil fuels from Russia is getting delayed. But I believe that Dan Jurgensen, the Commissioner, is doing his utmost to facilitate and speed up the work on the roadmap. It is an extremely important thing for us. Now, there's one more issue. We need to spend a lot of money on tanks, fighter jets, drones, anti-drone systems, air defense, cyber defense, and so on. But without energy, without stable energy supply in every country, stable and possibly cheap, we won't be able to make it. And low energy prices will persuade everyone, every citizen, if we emphasize that we are going towards cheaper energy. So without all that, the expenditure on defense might turn out to be paying for scrap metal, because all these advanced devices and technologies can only work if there is electrical energy. You cannot wage a war and use all these complicated machines without energy sources.
Tak już powiem krótko, zanim przejdę do 3 krótkich punktów.
And before I move on to a short summary, let me say that in a nutshell, there's no sense in talking about a European defense union without a European energy union that drives industry. Now, let me remind you again that the previous energy community that we suggested in 2010 had more time for its development. We had 15 years to develop it. Right now, we have run out of time. The situation is dramatically different. So what do we need? We need more money. And I've just told you, the European Investment Bank appears 34 times in the Commission documents. And the EU budget financing 34 times. Climate neutrality, which is not being forgotten, was only mentioned 4 times, and the Green Deal wasn't mentioned at all. So it is important to make sure we maintain our transformation fund, the Just Transition Fund. Mr. Günther Oettinger was the commissioner at the time, a representative of Germany, and he was the budget commissioner for a year. And he was the energy commissioner before that, and we had no trouble persuading him and the commission and the parliament. And the Just Transition Fund was in place. So, in what we do as part of our budget, it's very important to extend the Just Transition Fund for the next 7 years until 2034. So more money, that's number one. Secondly, we have to speed up electrification. This means that we can use the power of renewable energy sources in the most direct way. In other words, we don't need to store electrical energy from renewables, which are unstable sources, because you can use it immediately. Now, not everything can be electrified, and hydrogen will certainly be important. If you look at steel industry and heavy transport, electrical energy that we make from renewable sources has to be converted to hydrogen in order to be able to power heavy vehicles on the road in terms of wheeled transport and also maritime and air transport. But this can only be done if we have enough power from renewables. So we have to move in this direction. Electrification has to represent over 30% of industry. And in 5 years' time, which is a short time, we should be at a level of electrification of 32% in industry, in place of the current 21%. Now, the financial needs in the energy sector will be much larger than in industry. Human capital is another area that requires a lot of investment. People are worried that we might run out of a qualified workforce to build and operate highly specialized renewable energy industry sooner than money. So it'll be the reverse situation. We will have the money to pay for it, but there won't be enough people to do the work in the energy sector. And we will continue to spend much more for energy than for the whole of the remaining industry when we talk about transition. So investment in the human capital are of paramount importance, and we should get down to work. We should start training people, helping people change their jobs, and that's a big challenge. And finally, my fourth point is that we have about 60 regions in the EU. These are 60 highly industrialized regions. Now, usually they were based on coal. In the past, you got energy from coal, maybe partly from gas or oil, but 200 years ago it was all coal-based. And these are the remaining largest industrial areas, and they still have a very well-qualified workforce. So when we talk about an efficient economy and the changes to the economy to make sure that we can generate our budget based on modern industry and modern energy, then we must not forget about those regions. In those regions, there are people who are already qualified to work in industry, much more so than other regions that are not so industrialized. For those people, the current EU budget has a special fund earmarked, is the Just Transition Fund, and this fund must be extended. When I talked to Commissioner Oettinger 6 or 7 years ago, we made it very clear that this fund should continue its operation until 2050. With every financial framework, it should be extended for the next period, because we are talking about 60 regions in the EU with some of the most advanced economy. These are regions that are still feeling the effects of transitioning from coal to other types of energy, but these regions have the qualified workforce. When Ms. von der Leyen proposed the Green Deal 6 years ago, in 2019, she mentioned the Just Transition Fund as a flywheel of our work for climate neutrality. So we need to stimulate those regions. And if we manage to transform these industrial regions well, if we manage to develop green industry and green energy there, then, thanks to the fact that these regions have the people, have the qualified people, we have the best chances of succeeding. And let me wrap up by saying that all these elements we've been talking about reflect a single fundamental question. Will what we are doing result in lowering energy prices? Our energy in the EU is several 100% more expensive than in the States. It's still significantly more expensive than in China. In this situation, we will be hard-pressed to win this competition. And we have been talking about competitiveness today. So if we applied this question to everything we do, if we look at what we do and what the effects will be, and if we always ask the question, will we have cheaper energy in the EU as a result of what we do? Then maybe this could be the most important indicator. Perhaps this is something to bear in mind, and we mustn't forget that in addition to cheap energy, we also have to have safe and secure energy supply sources. We must never forget the security of supply. So you have your work cut out for you. It's a tremendous task.
I'm slightly jealous. I cannot take part in such a fight, such a decisions, especially in European Parliament. So all the best to you. I'm sharing all your thoughts and doing everything if I can help you. Thank you very much.
Bardzo dziękuję panu premierowi.
Thank you very much to the Prime Minister for his address. You could hear his expertise throughout his statement. Now I'd like to invite Minister Michał Jaros, Secretary of State at the Ministry of Development and Technology. Over to you, Minister.
Ladies and gentlemen, I will speak Polish. So, Szanowni Państwo,
ladies and gentlemen,
Panie Senatorze, Panie Przewodniczący,
Senator, Chair,
29 stycznia
on the 29th of January 2025, the Competitiveness Compass was announced to boost innovativeness and competitiveness by removing barriers. As Poland, we are happy to see that numerous Polish priorities have been included in the compass, including the unpredictability of energy prices, the need to boost the single market, to reduce administrative burden on entrepreneurs, strengthening energy-intensive industries such as the chemical and the steel industry. Decarbonization and innovation are very important for the success of European economy. It is in the interest of Poland and the EU to support innovation and to focus on spending on R&D to finance primarily high-impact projects. When boosting competitiveness, we need to recognize the current circumstances of the member states. It should not lead to discrimination or punishing because of lower tempo of reaching objectives. We're talking about this to the European Commission. The Clean Industrial Pact, published on the 26th of February, has been an important step forward. Clean Industrial Deal focuses on two groups of sectors, energy-intensive and fintechs. This approach is in line with the priorities of the Polish presidency. Competitiveness of energy-intensive industries is placed in the center of the debate in the EU. These industries ensure the material and components to build the defensive capacity of Europe and to develop new technologies such as AI. The Clean Industrial Deal will address actions to the needs of individual sectors. An important task is to support traditionally strong sectors that are facing difficulties, to address the issues of the steel, car, chemical industry, and other energy-intensive industries. As Poland, we share the diagnosis of the Clean Industrial Deal that the key problem of the European economy and individual industries are the prices of energy. The extent to which proposals on the table can lower electricity prices is a source of concern. Solutions for competitive energy require a lot of work. To ensure competitiveness and security, we need to ensure the best possible conditions for businesses, both European and from other countries. Climate policy should not only be about strict regulation. Europe should develop its own technological base, should invest in strategic sectors such as heat pumps, green hydrogen, energy storage, or PVs. We will have to limit red tape. We will need to streamline the law, deregulate. This will translate into faster actions and then in the economic development of Europe. Polish presidency attaches a lot of importance to tying EU trade policy with EU industrial policy. This is also in line with the first meeting of the ministers of trade and industrial policy, which took in Warsaw. Trade protection should be easier for European businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, we as Europeans are striving at making environmental protection, climate protection, a key goal for our agenda, for the future generations not to suffer from the impact of climate change. But future generations will have to be protected. If we don't defend our industry, if we don't defend the industries that we currently have, and we don't develop them, the future generations will be poorer, not just climate-wise, but also poorer in the fact that they will not be able to ensure living standards. Right now, it is our obligation to look after industrial policy. It is our obligation to ensure the competitiveness of our economies. We need to re-industrialize Europe rather than de-industrialize Europe. We cannot afford to be less competitive globally. There are three conditions that need to be met. Prices of energy are one. If the price of energy is not competitive, if our industry cannot offer attractive prices, we will not be competitive. The price of energy is one priority. Secondly, red tape. The chemical industry in Japan, in China, and in the US has 50 restrictions. The chemical industry in Europe has 450 restrictions. We need to deregulate and cut red tape to remain competitive. And the third issue, the development of new technologies. That's why we have joined the initiative tabled by the Netherlands. I'd like to thank you for the semi-coalition of the willing, for the semiconductor coalition. We have to grow our industry, we have to develop our competence of the economies, we have to look for what will be critical to ensuring our competitive advantage in the future. We need to do our utmost as Europe, as Europeans, to make sure that we have low prices of energy. We need to have legislation that is conducive to industry, and we have to develop new competence so that we are competitive and so that our economy is competitive. It is important here and now, but it's also important for future generations. It's not just climate, it's also the competitiveness of our economies. Thank you very much.
Bardzo dziękuję, panie ministrze.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Tak jak wcześniej zapowiadałem, pani
As I have indicated, Professor Czarnecka, the minister, is currently attending a meeting with the Prime Minister on the power market. On her behalf, we will have Director Iwona Gawłowska, who will now take the floor.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you for the ability to participate in this session. It is an important subject. The Minister, during our presidency, keeps emphasizing the importance of issues such as clean industry, but also issues related to the transition of the energy sector. These are two issues that, according to the Minister of Industry, are the key challenges and opportunities for the future of the European economy and to ensuring energy security. EU member states are undergoing a fundamental transformation of their economies. The energy transition is a difficult and long process, a very demanding process. It applies to every industrial sector, but it also moves into the daily life of our citizens. For every member state, including Poland, this is a very significant challenge. A challenge, as recent documents prove, is very complex. This challenge is so complex for us because for decades our economy has been based on fossil fuels, mainly coal. This heritage influences the structure of our economy and the energy mix. Poland is only now developing its low and zero-emission sources. However, we are very much determined to change the status quo. Clean industry, low-emission and zero-emission industry is a key for further development, not just in Poland, but across the EU. Building clean industry for us is a way to respond to the climate crisis. that we're facing. But it's also an opportunity to strengthen our competitiveness. We need to be aware that energy transition is a process that is complex, costly and demanding. The transformation requires new technology, but also new institutions, investments, and social approval, social backing. We have to frankly say that in the short term, the impact of transition is contrary to what is expected. The costs are rising both for households and for companies. This weakens public trust in the entire process and may slow down the speed of transition. That's why we need to address this urgently. We would like to emphasize, we keep emphasizing it during the Polish presidency, we are supporting all the actions that lead to the transformation of our economies. In the context of the work on the energy transition, the Minister of Industry welcomes the Clean Industrial Pact and the Action Plan for Affordable Energy. For us, this is an important message that the EU sees not just the need to combat climate change, but also to deal with the economic challenges of the European industry. From Polish point of view, it is essential for EU actions in energy and industry not to deepen differences in development, but to help address them. The transition has to be just. This means to us that we need access to funding and continuity of funding, but we also need to support the mining areas. We need to support energy-intensive industries and households that feel the most the hikes in prices. We need an EU-wide industrial policy with clear priorities and conducive conditions for investments. We need to make sure that the EU industry is not hurt by external players. We need to reflect in EU policies fair access to funds, public state aid rules, and access to the market. Affordable energy and clean industry are no longer slogans. They are strategic objectives that will decide the future of the EU, its economic strength, social cohesion, and energy security. There are many challenges, but with cooperation and determination, we will rise up to them. Ladies and gentlemen, now to refer to the situation of our people. I work in the fossil fuel and sector. It is a sector that has felt the impact of Russian aggression on Ukraine and the fast move towards diversification of supply. We are very much aware of the importance of diversification, but we also have to keep energy security and supply security. For us, this was a very important and difficult exercise. Since we introduced sanctions, and we as Poland have been to a large extent dependent on the supply of fossil fuels from Russia, we have risen to the challenge, we have delivered, we know how much effort it takes and how difficult it is, how much deregulation is needed for this quick change to take effect. Now we are dealing with the position of the United States that introduces customs tariffs. We are also talking about the EU's tariffs that would be put on US goods. But energy should be excluded from such sanctions, such customs tariffs. Without it, we will not be able to finance just transition. We will not be able to ensure the competitiveness of energy-intensive industry.
Bardzo Państwu dziękuję.
Thank you very much.
Bardzo dziękuję, pani dyrektor. Otwieram
Thank you very much, Director. Let me throw the floor open to discussion. First of all, we have Joris Thijssen from the Netherlands. 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Chair, and it's an honor to hear the former Prime Minister speak, and of course also the other members of the Cabinet. Thank you to share your insights and your wisdom with us. I'd like to expand a little bit more on the reindustrialization of Europe and also how we protect our industries, because I think it's clear that we need to switch to renewable energies because they are cheaper than importing expensive liquid natural gas. But in the short term, we will have higher energy prices, and it's the question how it will be in the longer term, how our energy prices will be compared to the continents we compete with. So I think an important thing we need to talk about is lead markets, or is to make sure that there is a demand for the clean or green, doesn't really matter, products that Europe is going to make. And there is something in the European Committee of the Clean Industrial Deal about these lead markets, but I think it needs to be expanded and it needs to be bigger. There needs to be full-scale lead markets in Europe as an important part of how to achieve this. I think the second thing is that we need to protect European markets from unfair competition from outside, especially now with the US tariffs, and we are all looking at where the goods of China will go to, and probably lots of them will go to Europe. And that leads to unfair competition. But also if we say, okay, we want to have clean or green products in Europe, the question is how do we protect ourselves from not so clean products coming from outside our continent? So I also think there we need to, we have of course European tools for this, but it takes a very long time for them to use. And I think we need to speed up those processes so we can actually protect our companies and protect the jobs in Europe, and also make sure that the involvement of clean industry in Europe is gonna work, and it's not gonna stop right at the beginning because of unfair competition. And lastly, what I would like to mention is, I think for this to work, it is important in Europe that we have a European coordination. If all member states simply start to invest in their own clean industries, I think it will boost the needed capital that is needed to actually achieve this. And there's a big chance that there will be an overproduction in Europe, or there will be silly competition between member states. So I think it is important that we try and have some European coordination to make sure the rollout of the Clean Industrial Deal is fair, but it's also a wise way to do it. Thank you, Chair.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much. Danielle Obono, France. The floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je voudrais insister sur 2 points.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to go back to several items that have been raised. When we analyze the competitiveness of industry, we have to take into account the issue of climate change adaptation and our medium and long-term competitiveness. Climate change is a fact. At the same time, we have to ensure that we have energy supplies in a reliable way. We have droughts, we have floodings, and these climate phenomena will become even more intensive and frequent. We're talking about competitiveness, but without these climate-related issues, it would be difficult, if not impossible, to talk about long-term sustainable competitiveness of European industry. Secondly, I think it's not a bad idea to also talk about the trade war which is now being initiated against us. We have the necessary measures to protect our industry. President Trump is using wartime measures, offensive measures, and he is trying to kill off certain partners, including his European partners and China. It's been 90 days. We are engrossed in the discussions and negotiations, and it's high time we worked out some measures to protect our industries, especially the most important branches of industry, especially those that are impacted by the high tariffs. Now, faced with the activities in the US and the competition from China, it should be no taboo that a strategy like that is very much needed and, in fact, necessary. And we have to bear in mind the environmental side of production. Now, China and many other countries do not manufacture in an environmentally friendly way. And we do have mechanisms that help us protect industry, for example, CBAM. And I think we should be very consistent in strengthening these mechanisms. Our reaction should not be identical to what Donald Trump is doing, but we should have a systemic, comprehensive response to this offensive from the USA. Thank you very much, and it's now Ms. Lily Andre, Sweden.
Chair, thank you for the floor. On the Clean Industrial Deal, from Sweden government's perspective, we see this initiative as a chance to align climate ambition with industrial strength. We want to underline that the green transition should be a driver of competitiveness, the means promoting a technology-neutral approach, phasing out fossil fuels and increasing access to stable fossil-free energy. Business across the EU, many in Sweden, are investing heavily in green solutions. To support them, we need predictable regulatory frameworks and a clear commitment to implement the Fit of 55 package. Shifting course now would risk undermining industrial confidence and climate investments already made. At the same time, we must create the right conditions for a competitive green transition. This includes reducing the overall regulatory burden on businesses, ensuring the Clean Industrial Deal reflects both supply and demand perspectives, scaling up demand for green technology through market-based tools such as carbon footprint transparency, and safeguarding a level playing field globally for European industries. The regulatory burden from EU legislation needs to be reduced, which must be considered in the design of the Clean Industrial Deal and in the review of existing regulations. The Clean Industrial Deal should be designed to reflect both supply and demand perspective. More focus should be placed on creating favorable conditions to scale up demand for green technologies through a market-based approach, for instance, via information on carbon footprints. Attention should be paid to ensuring a level playing field for European companies on the international market. And we are aware that the green and digital transition requires significant investments, and where we see private capital as key. We therefore welcome the Commission's ambition to deepen the EU capital markets. In other respects, the government maintains a budget restrictive approach regarding the use of EU public funds. I want to also mention an action plan for affordable energy should provide equivalent conditions for nuclear energy as for renewables in order not to miss the target of climate neutrality and enhanced competitiveness. The Swedish government believes that a true energy union requires the EU to build an energy system that earns the trust of its citizens. It also stresses that Europe must focus on the total system cost of energy. Over-reliance on cross-border interconnections or on a single type of energy production might result in more expensive system for EU citizens and businesses, leading to higher electricity prices and reduces competitiveness. A key factor in lowering system costs is the more efficient use of existing infrastructure with dispatchable fossil-free power is crucial. Member states with internal bottlenecks should establish effective bidding zones to avoid negative impacts on competitiveness. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękuję. I o głos poproszę pana.
Thank you very much. And now over to the representative of Spain.
Just three things in this point to achieve more competitive, more secure and low-emission energy production for the competitive industry. First, to fight against climate change and decarbonization, we need to produce energy with an energy mix of technology, net zero emissions, and without fossil fuels. We think that the necessary sources are solar, wind, air power, nuclear, renewable gases, and synthetic fuels. In Spain, we also need increase our energy storage. And in this point, we are confident that all member states will have a common position on nuclear power. Second, and to security, the Europeans need to work in a real integration of our electricity grids into a true physical electricity union in Europe. We need to enhance the trans-European networks for energy, and we also need to multiply the inversion in networks. According to the International Energy Agency, the inversion must grow 2 or 3 times. And finally, to an affordable energy, we need to move toward in an energy physical and tax union, work in an integrated energy market and cohesive governance framework. All of this according to the Affordable Energy Plan and Mario Draghi report. And I think that we need to avoid the fiscal dumping between states, and we need to put special attention in the use of state aids, avoiding two-velocity Europe. And concluding, technological neutrality for member states, including nuclear power, more European Union through the electricity networks, more European Union through the legal framework and taxes and levies. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much. Let me now give the floor to Lukas Hammer, Austria.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear colleagues, I mean, we all know that none of our countries can stand alone against the economic power of China or USA. But together as a union, we can. And I think this point has to be made clear. And I think that the Clean Industrial Deal is a good way forward, that we have a common industrial policy. And I think, I mean, we live in very chaotic times, and it has been mentioned with Trump and with a global situation that is not easy. But I think it's also a chance for us that we realize finally how important our European Union is, how important the European integration is. And I think it is also our responsibility as members of parliaments that back home we don't just finger point at the EU, blame the European Union when something goes wrong in our own countries, but that we work closer together on this European project. When it comes to energy, I don't think that this is something new. In Austria, we have always been reliant on fossil fuel because we don't have it. We have like 10% of the fossil fuels we use. And we have been importing it from Saudi Arabia, from Russia, from Nigeria, all countries that have not been stable. And we have been supporting dictatorships and authoritarian regimes. We have been supporting wars with our money. So energy policy has been security policy, human rights policy for decades. The first gas that we imported in Austria from Russia was 1st of September in '68. And a lot of you, and especially here in Poland, know what happened in beginning of September 68. And because we did that, that was the beginning of our dependency on Russian gas. And because of that, Austria said nothing when Russian tanks entered into Prague. So it's nothing new, and Austria and Prime Minister, you said something about the dependency and the cost. In the year that Russia invaded Ukraine, Austria bought fossil fuels for 17 billion euros. 17 billion euros, and a lot of it went to Russia, actually. So I think it's really important that we get rid of this dependency. Just some final remarks. I think we have to be very careful that the Green Deal is not scrapped or undermined by a deregulation agenda, because sometimes the cutting red tape is just a pretext of undermining climate policies that are crucial to achieve what we want to achieve here, and it's just a pretext of prolonging this fossil fuel-based system. I think that is really important to fight disinformation, and I'm really happy that the Polish presidency is focusing on that, because disinformation on climate, on energy, also from Russia, is a big problem. And last, of course, as Austrian MP, I have to say that I don't think that nuclear power will help us, because it's while solar PV is the cheapest energy source that we have, nuclear is the most expensive. None of us have sufficient uranium resources. None of us know where to put the nuclear waste at the end, and it doesn't help us now because they take ages to build. So let's prioritize on renewable energies that are cost-effective, prioritize energy efficiency, grids, on storage capacity, and we can do that together. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękuję.
Thank you very much. The next speaker, Linus Laxo, Sweden.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, and again, thank you so much for arranging this very important meeting. Many speakers before had already spoken about our challenging situation, so I won't repeat that. But I do agree on what Mr. Hammer said. Let's focus on what we can do here and now. And that we know is the cheap energy is wind and solar. So I think we need to develop strategies to make it happen faster all over Europe, this investment, and we need strategies to make it social acceptable to to build these technologies. And then we need a story where all European voters understand why we do this. Because of the climate, because of security, and because of competitiveness. And secondly, I think when we invest heavily in wind and solar, we also need to develop and invest in what we call green baseload technologies, which is energy storage and techniques for regulating the price as pumping power, flexibility of heat pumps, electric cars. That is also very cheap technologies to regulate the electric system. I think that needs to be happening faster. But the cheap energy is actually not all, because we have rather cheap energy in Sweden, but still we don't see the investment in the green industrial development happening fast enough. And the problem is uncertainty. It's uncertainty of climate policies. That's the ground for this investment. It's inflation, tariffs. So I want to share with you this perspective that is very, very important with a long-term and determined goal. And let us not be undermined, but from propaganda, from hostile states that don't want European to be energy independent and don't want this green transition to happen because they want us to be depending on fossil fuels still. I think the Baltic states have addressed this problem very well, so I think the rest of Europe can learn from that. Finally, it was very wise what Mr. Buzek said about research. I mean, we have this now possibility with cheap solar and wind because of we invested in research. In this situation, let's not forget about the future. So we still need to research in the technologies in the future. It can be more hydrogen, it can be storage, but it can be fusion power. You never really know what will develop and be the most competitive in the future. So I think we need to keep all this in mind when we develop the European policies. And I also want to underline, as many people said before, let's do this together. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much. I'd like to pass the floor to Mr. Brinskens from Latvia.
Thank you, Chair. His Excellency Prime Minister Buzek talked about the disappearance of the European Green Deal from the official documentation, but with all due respect, I have to disagree that the concept is merely changing. The Euro coalition has turned rightward, the Greens are out, and in my view, this is a reformulation of these concepts. And the right-wing coalition is now changing that terminology. Something that I feel also in Latvia is that some of the right-wing anti-climate parties are rejoicing. It's very good for them that this European rhetoric is changing, and they use this rhetoric, this kind of airbrushing of the concept of European Green Deal from the annals of history in their own political rhetoric. And I note that the background note to this debate, I think is very correct in saying, and as much as I like the European Green Deal, it says it lacks details which are crucial for the success of green transition. The meaning of clean has not been defined and can lead to misunderstanding of the transition and greenwashing, and thus reduce the speed of the actual energy transition. And this is certainly something that we are observing in climate policy in Europe these days, further reinforced by the global events, which are not so friendly to green ideas these days. Roosevelt never turned back on his New Deal, even when the Great Depression was long over, and it's now enshrined, immortalized in his legacy forever, because that was the New Deal, and he stuck with it. The second point that I wanted to make, referring to Madam Director of the Wind Industry Hub, regarding specialization in the context of production value chain, and how can member states specialize in particular elements of the industrial value chains. Yes, we have giants like Germany, we have the wind industry in Denmark, in the Netherlands, other places. They can capture a large part of the value chain. But in order to avoid unhealthy internal dependencies amongst the member states, I very much support this idea of specialization. Each member state should find ways of having a competitive advantage and then putting that into a concerted effort that forms the basis for a pan-European industrial policy in this area. And the third point that I wanted to make is regarding infrastructure developments. We have Connecting Europe Facility Energy, Connecting Europe Facility Transport, and Digital. And they're not working closely together. The Rail Baltica, which is the biggest project that the Baltic states have seen in the last 100 years, is not just a rail project. It's a road project, it's an air connectivity project, it's a port logistics project, it's an energy project because it's a linear infrastructure extending 900 kilometers. It's also a digital corridor. So Europe should be not just investing more, but also investing in a smarter way, especially when you have this opportunity of creating synergies, multi-infrastructural development corridors. And then we can speak about grid interconnectivity, we can speak about how do you use electrified rail as a source of clean electricity and shifting also the habits of passengers to cleaner forms of transport, which again should be part of our industrial Green Deal in the climate area. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękuję.
Thank you very much. Over to Miroslav Gegoric, representing Slovenia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me start with the item that I'm concerned, and it was mentioned in the introduction, and I quote, "You cannot wage war without affordable energy," something like that. Well, I'm definitely not the one that would like to wage war. I am more to wage diplomacy and work for peace. But then let's go to the item on the agenda. If we want to produce plastic, if we want to produce fertilizers, we need input. And that input could be natural gas. Without cheap natural gas, we cannot make competitive plastic or competitive fertilizers. And if we go for the raw iron, we need coke, and for aluminum, we need electricity. And both these raw materials need to be cheap. Now, we should not be totally pessimistic, because what we have still in EU, we have supply chain, and we can produce wind turbines, we can produce transformers, we can produce everything that is needed to the transmission lines, we can produce gas turbines, we can produce fuel cells, of course water turbines for hydroelectric plants, and we can produce even robots. But where we are short is definitely, or undercritical, is in the production of silicon ingots and slices. We are definitely 10 or 20 years behind chips and semiconductors, and we are behind lithium or other modern batteries. We are somewhere half-half in the hydrogen, green production and use. And there was mentioned the European transit for electricity and railways. Let me tell you that in the railway system in Europe, we have different electric traction systems. Still, we have 3 kilovolt in Italy and Slovenia. We have 15 kilovolt AC in Austria. We have 25 kilovolts somewhere else. It's mission impossible that Europe would unite in this. It's mission impossible. We hardly succeeded to have the same socket for 220 volts. And now we have succeeded to have the something connector to the iPhones. Now for the, it's a fact of life that the US energy is 3 to 5 times cheaper. The China energy is about 3 times lower. And from my last visit in Algeria, I found out that electricity, which is a social commodity or socialist commodity there, is 20 euro per megawatt for households and 40 euro per megawatt for industry. And then let us compete. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo. I teraz przedstawiciele organizacji.
Now over to NGOs. Joanna Maćkowiak-Pandera, Forum Energii. Thank you very much for giving me the floor once again. I'd like to refer to what Prime Minister Buzek said about the Green Deal, that it's disappearing from the narrative. I feel that the green narrative was not the best, it was not the clearest. We're not talking about colors, we are talking about very significant topics such as the future of the EU, economic transition, the future of the planet, the climate crisis. The fact that politicians have their narratives, which result from a strategy, is very well, but what we're most concerned about is when external narratives are shaping our strategies. And we see the level of Russian disinformation to exert pressure on us so that we go back to Russian fossil fuels. There's a lot of pressure on that. But there's One more thing that Prime Minister Buzek mentioned, and we are working on this, for this group of representatives is very important, is the energy cooperation. We're all in the same boat in the European Union. We have to be aware of the fact that most of fossil fuels, are behind us. We don't have a way to extract most of them. They're too expensive, or we've run out of deposits. So it's very important how we talk about the benefits. It's not a new subject. It's part of the Treaty on the European Union, the development of the energy union. But we keep sticking to our nationalisms. We had a conversation with a gentleman from Belgium that we were told in the past that we were supposed to compete with one another, and now it's clear that we have to cooperate. We are finishing a project now on a coordinated planning of energy infrastructure and net zero infrastructure across the EU, all member states, where we're looking for synergies, savings, how much we can decrease the costs of infrastructure if we cooperate until 2050. We can save 400 billion euros, this is our calculation, if we start planning together in the EU. We have to make decisions on how to govern the common energy infrastructure, how to avoid crises, how to address deficiencies in one member state in solidarity rather than separating and protecting our markets. It's very important. So once again, it is critical to have this discussion on the new energy strategy, the energy union. This is the sustainable strategy for energy security. The European Council should be talking about it in June, and then it should decide on further steps that need to be taken. Thank you very much.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you. And the last speaker in this session, Aleksander Śniegocki from the Reform Institute. Thank you very much. 3 comments. First one on competitiveness and the color green. The last few years have shown a certain trap that we tend to fall into when we're talking about clean economy, European cooperation for the clean industry or green industry and green economy. It's one of the elements of the wider economic policy and macroeconomic challenges in building a single market. So when we are talking about opportunities, potential in this area, we have to remember that it's part of a wider context. If we fail to do it, we're bound to restrict our thinking, even if we develop a clean tech sector or we improve the situation in the energy sector. If we don't build a single capital market, single services market, if we don't work on macroeconomic balance, we are going to lose in competition to China or the US, but not for what we're doing in energy and climate. Mario Draghi wrote about it in his report. It's not that we're losing because of climate policy in competition with other countries. The second topic, if we're talking about lead markets, I see room for compromise here in terms of our discussions about the future financial perspective and the spending of resources. The countries who are always very cautious in terms of spending EU resources very well understand at the same time the importance of green public tenders, how important it is for public funds to fund investments that use clean steel or clean cement. It's a good room for compromise, I think, between individual member states in terms of proposals for the next multi-annual financial framework. And the last item, I'd like to take this opportunity that we have in the room representatives of national parliaments. If we are talking about energy infrastructure investments, let's look at what happened in America. They made available a lot of funds, but most of the investments have not come to be because of red tape, difficult procedures. So now we have room in Europe to develop renewables. There will be room for development of industry, but it's ultimately up to the member states to do this arduous work on regulations. And in terms of permitting, I encourage you to ask a question, not what Europe can do for your country, what your country can do for Europe. That is the question. Thank you very much.
Dziękuję bardzo. To był ostatni głos.
Thank you very much. And this was the last intervention in this session. Now, let me make a short summary of what we've been saying in this session. First of all, nobody here wants a war. No European leader and no European citizen wants a war. But we have the ancient saying, if you want peace, get ready for war. And that's very true. The expenditure that Prime Minister Buzek mentioned, we are spending 2.4% of the GDP on fuels and 1.9% on defense. And we are buying our fossil fuels from countries that are hostile, as the Austrian delegate very rightly said. And sometimes our short-term benefit obscures our long-term goals, and all of Europe loses out as a result. We have to get rid of this short-term thinking and think long-term. It seems that everybody has emphasized one thing, that we have got to do all these things together. And we have heard from our colleague from Sweden that even if energy prices are low, we need to find solutions that are right for the whole community. And this is something we've got to go through together. It's a challenge for the European Union when we're thinking about the future of the energy sector. There will be more demand for electrical energy. For example, because of computing centers and automation. There will be more demand for electricity because of the electrification of the heating industry, and also because of the generation of cool air. Temperatures in Europe exceed 40 degrees Celsius in some places for many, many days, which means that we will have to have air conditioning, and that will use up even more electricity. And finally, transport is being electrified, especially passenger transport. Now, we all realize that the big chemical industry needs gas, but it doesn't have to be natural gas. This could be hydrogen and ammonia, which can be generated with electricity coming from renewable energy sources. So we can get those gases in a different way. Every country should know what its potential is in this respect. So I believe that by working together, we can definitely solve all these problems that pertain not just to energy transition, but industry transition. Thank you very much. This was the second part, and I want to invite you to the third session at 2 p.m. Right now, you're all invited to lunch. It's pretty easy to get there. All you need to do is go through that door, go straight on. Now there's a flight of stairs on the way, and we'll stop there to take a family photo. Altogether, we need to walk about 300 meters to get to lunch. But before that, please remember about the family photo on the stairs, and then please be here at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Szanowni Państwo, godzina 14 już minęła. Pozwólcie, że rozpoczniemy ostatnią.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start the last session of our conference. This is session 3, and it'll be on zero-emission energy sector for the security of Europe. Since not everybody has returned, some people are still in the other part of the building, but we can get started. And I would like to ask the first person to take the floor, Małgorzata Bartosik, the Deputy Director General of Wind Europe, who works in Brussels. Over to you.
Dziękuję bardzo, panie przewodniczący.
Thank you very much,
ladies and gentlemen.
Mr. Chair.
To English. Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm very pleased to be here. We might be coming from different countries and representing different views, but what unites us here is that we all want and work towards Europe that is safe, secure, and competitive. And when we talk about security, we have to talk about energy. And we must admit that today, energy is a weapon. For decades, Europe became so heavily dependent on Russian gas and others. And we remember what happened when the war started in 2022. We remember how the cut of the gas supplies happens to those EU countries that did not want to support the Russian war plans. The goal of that was to pressure Europe economically, create internal divisions, and try to reduce European support for Ukraine. Did they succeed? What was the result? Again, we remember what was the result. The result was massive spike in energy prices, inflation, and panic over what is going to happen in the winter with the energy shortages. We all remember that. This was energy blackmail, plain and simple. But weaponization goes both ways, and Europe fought back by accelerating shift to renewables like wind and solar, diversifying gas supply from other countries, LNG from US and Qatar, and cutting dependence on Russia. Well, did Russia like it? No, that's exactly what they didn't want. So what happened? Russia then created farms of trolls to spread misinformation, disinformation, to create hesitation and doubts whether we were going the right direction. Let's not follow that. Let's be misinformation and disinformation secure. Let's not go there. Since 2024, EU spent 3 billion more in supporting Russia, basically paying for Russian oil and gas exports, than EU spent on supporting Ukraine. Does it make sense? Well, some of you might say that we have no other solution. And I'm here and I would like to challenge that. Yes, we do have a different solution. Europe is energy poor. We don't have our own resources. And we have then two options. Either we create further dependencies on countries that we cannot trust, or we accelerate and invest more now in renewables. I've been working in Wind Europe for more than 20 years. And the technology shift that happened during that time is really incredible. Let me just give you some examples. One offshore wind turbine, just one spin of a turbine, can power a household for a whole day. The technology is so strong now that if we replace old wind farms with new turbines, not only we can replace them with fewer turbines, but also we can create much more output. My favorite example is an old wind farm in Galicia, in Spain. There were 89 wind turbines, old wind turbines. They were replaced by 9, and there was a double output. That is how much the technology has changed, how powerful it is. Today we heard that it's solar and wind renewables are intermittent. Yes, they are. But we also have technology that can help with that. We can create hybrid projects with wind and solar. We can have different systems to support response demand. We can have a system that is going to be flexible with storage. So there is possibility and solution already there that can address the intermittency of the wind and solar power. Working 20 years in the wind sector, I also know that we have some legacy of projects that were developed in, I like to say, or I don't like to say, but that's the way I call it, in a cowboy style. Without people behind it, without consultation with communities, sometimes really done against any local planning and without people behind it. We cannot do it like this, and we know that. It's our doing it with people behind, with people engaged, with people getting benefits from wind farm solar plants. It's our license to operate. Someone said today that we cannot follow the dictatorship of minority. I'm not sure it's a minority, because when we look at some studies, the EU barometer, for example, from 2023, it clearly tells that 85% of Europeans support wind energy and 76% supporting wind farms in their own regions. In Germany, local surveys show that up to 90% of residents near wind farms support them. So if the wind farms are developed in the right way, like any other infrastructure project, if we have a road, for example, that is supposed to go close to our house, no one wants that. But if we do it in the right way, involving people, explaining at the very early stage, we can succeed, and we can have a big support with communities feeling supported and part of it and not excluded. Fun fact, now we even have in the Netherlands, we have some protests in communities that get old wind farm being dismantled, and there are some protests because of that. They are protesting against the dismantling of a wind farm. They want to keep it, they want a new one, so now we're going the other way around. Wind energy can support communities, definitely, and it should, but most importantly, or as importantly, it can be a great booster to the EU competitiveness and security, and this is what this session is about. Today, the EU spends 400 billion on energy imports every day, 400 billion. These are resources, our taxes, that are going abroad. But EU wants to change that and use our local renewable energy to boost our European economy and security. This is what the Clean Industrial Deal is about. It's EU's new vision for competitiveness and affordable electricity prices. It aims to prioritize homegrown supply chain for clean tech. It eases state aid rules to allow direct investment to clean tech factories. And let's make a good use of it. We've been telling, when we talk to the European Commission, we often say, give rules, but also give practical solutions, give tools to support it. It's not going to happen just because you are telling the member states that you must do it this and that way. You need to give money and tools, practical tools to help it. And Clean Industrial Deal is supposed to be that. Did you know that the European wind industry currently contributes 52 billion to the EU GDP and employs 370,000 people? And this number is supposed to grow to 550 in 5 years' time, by 2030. And each wind turbine that is built in Europe generates 16 million of economic activity. This is huge. This is comparable to many of the strategic industries that we have here in Europe. So with all those beautiful numbers that I told you, why it is not happening? Why we have only 20% of wind in today's EU electricity system? Because there are many bottlenecks still. And bottlenecks that I guess we all have responsibility, and you have the power to solve. Permitting is one of the big bottlenecks, and EU has great rules for that. It's the overriding public interest, it's the RED directive from last year that obliged all the member states to give permit for the onshore wind farm in 2 years' time and 1 year for repower. But it's not happening. Germany is one of the few member states that actually is applying the EU permitting rules, And guess what? It works wonders. Now the onshore projects, there are 7 times more permits for onshore projects than it used to be 5 years ago. Grids is another big issue, but one quite simple and easy to execute solution could be to remove, we call it zombie projects from the queues, from the grid queues. So basically you have, in most of the countries, you have projects that are one by one coming to the grid queue, and some of them, they are immature. Some of them are zombies, so we don't even know if they are going to happen. And then on the back of the queue, you might have projects that are ready to be deployed, ready to be connected, and ready to give us the clean power. Then, when we talk about the bottlenecks, we also need to think about electrification. It was mentioned already several times today. We can forget about the carbonization of Europe and all the targets if we don't work on electrification, if we don't electrify our heavy energy-intensive industries, transport, heating, cooling. We have to do it, and the technology is there. But these sectors, they need support, and that's also what the Clean Industrial Deal is about, to give support to electrify those systems. And there's money. Again, there's money to get the money flowing into the support of the investments in electrification from the EU Industrial Deal. Let's look at taxes as well. I don't want to spend too much time on it, but we have to create level playing field. We can't be paying much more taxes for the clean renewable power that we have for electricity that we're paying for gas. In Poland, industrial electricity charges are twice as high for wind as for renewables as it is for the industrial gas. And third, what is again, it's not difficult to understand request, but it's the long investment visibility, and it's for anything like that. If you want to build a hotel, if you want to open a shop, you need to understand that you will have a long-term visibility. What is going to be your demand? So let's stop dreaming about the European supply chain and factories being open here and there without having that stable, long-term visibility, what is going to happen. And Poland is actually doing quite well with that. When we think about the offshore, when we think about offshore and the auctions planned already, when we think about onshore and the recent regulatory changes, do we need to switch, or I can continue? I took your space. When we think about what is happening in Poland right now, with quite a clear signal to the investors what's going to happen with wind, you see what we have. There is Vestas opening 2 factories. We have Windar. We have ports and shipyards that are ready to invest and build some very complicated technical structures, steel structures, and building maybe even ships. So the long-term investment visibility is key if we are serious about the supply chain and if we want to attract investments to our countries. So building a resilient wind energy supply chain in Europe is about far more than just economics and climate targets. It's about strategic autonomy, national security, and Europe's ability to stand on its own feet in a rapidly changing world. And now we can still say, let's hope that we can say that in a year's time, Europe is global leader in wind energy, but it still relies very heavily on non-European suppliers, especially for key components like turbines blades, rare earth magnets, steel, and electronic systems. Some of these dependencies pose serious long-term risk. Why? Because energy independence is also industrial independence. Energy security isn't just about generating power. It's about who makes the technology. And if we rely on non-EU countries, some of which may not share the same European values or may weaponize trade, I'm sure you know who I'm talking about, we are replacing one dependency, the Russian gas, with another. And Europe must avoid trading fossil fuel dependency for tech component dependency. A resilient European supply chain is not a luxury. It's necessity. Let's make sure the turbines powering Europe's future are made in Europe by Europeans for Europeans. And the European Union, being challenged as never before, can emerge stronger for the crisis that we have, because we have a huge opportunity in front of us. We've done it before. We were united during the crisis that we had, when we were able to speed up and simplify procedures, when we were able to mobilize extra resources, and people were following. This is Europe's chance to lead, to grow its own manufacturing base, create tens of thousands of skilled jobs, and keep the economic value within Europe. Energy is power, and that's why energy dependence is now central to national security. Wind can't be turned off by foreign regime. It doesn't work like this. It's local, clean, and abundant. It makes Europe less dependent on imports from authoritarian regimes. And critically, it shifts power away from petrostates and back to democratic control of energy supply. We've been often asking our voters, our European society, about how much they are willing to pay to tackle climate change. It's not anymore about climate change. It's about our freedom, values, and security. So maybe it's time to ask Europeans, are you okay with spending your taxes to support the Russians? Are you okay with us, the governments, signing the deals with administrations we cannot trust, creating new dependencies, and possibly repeating the same mistake like we did in the past? And let me pause for a moment, and let's think what the response would be. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękuję. Bardzo dziękuję pani prezydent.
Thank you very much.
Dużo mówimy o sieciach, o
We are talking extensively about grids, ability to connect to the grids.
Pani prezydent przed chwilą mówiła o
Madam Vice President talked about zombie projects.
to ja poproszę teraz o zabranie głosu.
Now I'd like to pass the floor to the government plenipotentiary for strategic energy infrastructure, Wojciech Wrochna, Secretary of State in the Ministry of Industry. Minister, over to you.
Okay, I was asking about how we basically set up the linguistic regime, but I understand that I can easily speak my native language, which is, of course, Polish. Szanowni Państwo, jeżeli
Ladies and gentlemen, if we are talking about energy security in European context, and primarily this is the topic of our discussions today, energy security in recent months or years affects us harder than ever before. We are also talking about the issue of energy. If we're talking about energy security, I think we have to define what it means. Because depending on who's talking, there are different definitions. And in consequence, you get different answers. I think it would be easiest to refer to what has already been defined at EU and member state level, something that has been defined at the stage of setting up of the energy union. The idea of the energy union dates back to 2014, and this is an idea which at the time was tabled by Prime Minister Donald Tusk. And at the time, there were many doubts. I remember myself that I talked with the European Commission, and the Commission was trying to convince us that Russian gas is a good fuel from a reliable supplier, that is Gazprom. And I'm not joking here, ladies and gentlemen, this is exactly what I heard. Ultimately, we managed to create the energy union, and it is composed of a number of components. We are talking about energy security primarily. The first key component is security of supply. The second component that provides energy security is the availability of energy, meaning affordability, because you can have energy, but it can be so expensive that it would be out of reach. And the third element is clean energy. I assume that here the link is that clean energy gives us some environmental security, climate security, and the right to use this clean energy. Now, to translate it to very practical aspects, unfortunately, they are in conflict with one another. When we focus today on clean energy, energy from the sun, from wind, hydro, it is a good solution, of course. I'm not criticizing anything. We have to keep developing renewables, but these sources, by their very nature, are intermittent. There may be a cloudy or a windless day. And we have to keep that in mind. Now, if we are to decide on how to ensure cheap and clean energy, you get to a certain necessity to balance these objectives and to choose the optimum scenario. The market today and the regulations are trying to do just that. Right now, we have a market model that currently promotes specific sources. The Commission sees this market as a market that is based on the pricing of energy based on the lowest variable cost. This is production that prefers renewables. Renewable energy sources can never guarantee full security of supply, so a question needs to be answered about how to ensure this security. There are solutions that include flexibility, an element of flexibility that is storage of energy, backup sources such as nuclear or gas. And these sources, through certain mechanisms, such as power markets, they can boost this security. But then comes another problem. Who is going to pay for it? Right now we have mostly national markets. The power market is paying for energy security, and this takes place as part of national power markets. Poland has a power market. We were one of the first member states to introduce this market. There is capacity to provide security, but it costs money. The market in Poland is worth billions of zlotys, which are ultimately paid by the consumer, the final consumer of energy. If we have to introduce such measures in every member state, question arises whether this is an effective approach. We're going to have a large number of renewable energy sources that will generate energy when possible. The more there are, the less space there will be to incorporate backup sources in the energy systems, and in consequence, the cost to the consumer will be higher. If in every member state you build separate systems, they will be very expensive, in other words. In the EU today, over half of the bill paid for electricity are additional costs rather than just the cost of energy. In Poland, you have the CHP payment, renewable payment, the power market payment, and as a result, the cost of energy continues to be high. So what can you do about it? What can be done at European level primarily to address this issue? There is a challenge. As long as these systems are national, there is a certain lack of trust between member states, and there is a problem. The systems are in operation. We have power markets so that when there is a threat to energy supply and you do not have access to renewable energy sources, you could provide enough energy in the system. But then if two member states have different grids, different systems, and you have limitations in terms of supply of energy, the countries may be tempted to use all available energy in the national system rather than share it with someone else. Do we have any solutions? There are no easy solutions. Article 194 of the Treaty on the Functioning of the EU says that when developing a power market, an energy market, we should do it with the principle of energy solidarity in mind. And here, the Republic of Poland has also contributed, because in 2016, the European Commission issued a decision that allowed the Opal pipeline, the extension of Nord Stream, to enjoy an additional regulatory exemption with harm to the energy security of, among others, Poland. Poland has taken this decision to court, and the court said that the principle of energy solidarity is a legal principle, not a political principle, that is binding on all member states and all EU institutions. So when you think about energy security and energy markets, you have to do it in the spirit of energy solidarity. If we want to develop an energy union in which we share the obligations related to energy security, we will not be able to do it without mutual trust. And an element of mutual trust is this principle of energy solidarity. that is mentioned directly in the treaty, and the Court of Justice imposed an obligation to follow this principle. Talking about legal frameworks, we can design a solution which will allow all member states to develop renewable energy sources, which can provide relatively low prices of energy, and at the same time we'll be able to build efficient systems such as power markets, which will provide energy security. This requires an open mind and a perspective of the EU energy market in line with the requirements of Article 194 of the treaty. Perhaps I may be talking about things that are novel, and I emphasize this because even when I have talks in Brussels, these are things that are eye-opening, but it's all in the treaty, ladies and gentlemen. We have to respect the provisions of the treaty. We have to build an EU energy market that respects the rights of member states to shape their energy mix, that respects the principle of energy solidarity. And this way, we will build an energy union that respects the rights of the member states, all sources of energy, and ensure, in the spirit of mutual trust and cooperation, the ability to build an energy market that will be cost-effective. Because the energy challenge that we're facing is huge. Our global partners and competitors, we have to be frank about it, have lower energy prices, much lower. And the price of energy influences the competitiveness of our economies. Now, concluding, let's build an energy union which, on the one hand, will be flexible. On the other hand, it should offer security, and cooperation should be based on the principle of mutual trust that incorporates energy solidarity. All the member states and EU institutions have to respect this principle as laid down in Article 194 of the Treaty on the Functioning of the EU. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you for reminding us of the provisions of the treaty, because we don't always remember them. I'd like to open the floor for discussion. The first speaker is Madam Oikonomou from Greece.
Thank you very much. Dear friends and colleagues, I would like to thank our hosts, the Polish Senate and Presidency of the Council, for organizing this event. It is an opportunity to discuss key issues for the common future of the European Union regarding our energy needs and the security challenges ahead of us. Regarding the priority for renewable energy provision and an affordable energy action plan, the Prime Minister of Greece, Kyriakos Mitsotakis, has put forth the Green Pool policy that could become a particularly useful tool for reducing the energy cost and industrial production, a proposal that should be revisited by the European Commission in light of recent global developments, like United States tariffs, which will inevitably lead to increased pressures of European industrial goods. Notwithstanding, Greece has continued to work towards clean energy transition by advancing electrification and decarbonization of its transportation and industrial sectors. Greece sees itself as a future energy hub for Southeastern Europe and as a part of a greater transnational corridor that will ensure stable and secure energy supplies to Central Europe in the long term. To reach this goal, we need to support at the European level the construction of new infrastructure for energy interconnections, and in this regard, the renewed Connecting Europe facility is an EU financial mechanism that can bring Greece closer to our European partners. These new energy projects will serve as tools for stabilizing regional imbalances in electricity production and pricing. For example, last year, Greece, Bulgaria, and Romania were particularly affected by distortions in the electricity market, which are impossible to redress without a permanent equilibration mechanism. Ladies and gentlemen, Greece will stay the course of transforming the energy sector by 1. Becoming a bridge for new pipelines and electricity cables for Europe. 2. Building new liquid natural gas terminals and floating storage regasification units, as well as 3. Producing more than 3/4 of the electric energy it needs through renewable sources by 2030. Greece will continue to be a reliable partner for all fellow EU nations in supplying the necessary energy for our common future. With new investments and a pan-European commitment to support us as a major transit node of electricity and natural gas for the EU, in order for all of Europe to achieve a more stable and green energy future. The Greek government remains committed to the transformation of our country into a new energy gateway for the entire European Union. We will continue to work towards a more diverse and secure energy sector, and we are confident that all European nations will be working to this end. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo. Następny mówca to pan Lukas Hammer, Austria. Przypominam, 3 minuty.
And over to the representative of Austria.
Dear colleagues, I was listening to the speech, and it came to my mind that, I think we should be clear that we're talking about the energy transition. We're not talking about only about security and only about building more renewables. It's a transition away from fossil fuels. And we also have to be clear, we also have our climate goals, which means if we want to have climate neutrality in 2050, this means no fossil fuels to be burned in Europe by 2050. And if we build new infrastructure now in Europe, infrastructure that is there for decades, we have to bear in mind that this infrastructure has to be compatible and has to be ready for a climate neutral Europe in 2050. And we don't want to have any stranded assets. I think this is a really important point, and I always get in Austria, they tell me, do you think you can run an industry state such as Austria with wind and solar and biomass and a little bit of hydropower? And I say, yes, of course we can. Of course we can. It's an insult to our scientists to say that we couldn't do that. We came very far until now. In Austria, we provide more than 80% of our electricity already with renewables, and we are on track to reach 100% by 2030 with policies that make that possible. I think that we should be very clear also to our constituencies to say, look, you're going to see the energy transition in our countries. We don't see the negative effects of fossil fuels in our countries, most of it. I mean, our glaciers are melting, but most of the effects, no matter if they're political, if it's war, if it's pollution in Austria, you don't see that. But you do see wind turbines. But these are the visible signs of energy independence in Austria. These are our freedom statues. And I think, if we want to have that, if we want to overcome this NIMBY attitudes in our countries, we have to fight for that. So again, I think it's about prioritization. And it's to bearing in mind that if we invest in the so-called bridging technologies, we always have to bear in mind that we don't slow down this energy transition away from fossil fuel. I think that's a very important point to take here. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much. Linus Laxo, Sweden.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I'm really glad to hear that many agree on the synergy between security, competitiveness, and environment and climate policies. And that at least makes me the conclusion that we need to invest faster and more in renewable energies like wind and sun. But also what's been said, of course, it's intermittent. You only get the energy when the wind blows and the sun shines. But let me say that I think we should look at Ukraine, what's happening when Russia is attacking their infrastructure, mainly the energy infrastructure. It's easier to take out the bigger production like CHP power plants. And when they've been attacking like solar panels, the missile that hit it, it's much more expensive than just to replace the panels they destroyed. So I think also in a physical matter, more renewable can make us much more secure. And I just wanted to remind of this perspective because, for example, the International Energy Agency showed that also on a system level, if we invest in renewables and storage, it's still cheaper, but it's also much more secure because then we have a storage that we can rely on in case of any type of crisis. So I just wanted to share that perspective as additional, and that we need to learn from Ukraine how to build a smart and secure energy system, and also add that into our strategies. Also, according to me, pointing at more renewables, more distributed energy, and more energy storage. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo za ten głos.
Thank you very much. Mr. Fragis Nepararis from Greece.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dear colleagues, after the 2022 energy crisis, we understood that we need far more effort to achieve the goals for the energy security in the EU. Every member state revised its energy and climate plan to align with the new needs and as sooner to get rid of fossil fuels dependence. But there is also the critical variable of the energy price and the investments that need to be done, because energy is a basic factor of production that affects all the aspects of the economic life in our societies. So that is a very difficult equation that will test our governments in the next years. Now, Greece is showing and improvement in CO2 and other greenhouse gas emission threats, our new national plan for energy and climate has too many ambitious goals. But we have already achieved a great input in renewables the last 4 years. The problems now are problems of energy storage, the sufficiency of the electricity grid, the interconnections with external grids, the high dependence of gas during the night, and of course how all these factors maintain the energy price too high for the consumers. Regarding 2019, a typical Greek household pays today 53% more for its electricity, and the numbers are the same for businesses and industries. So our competitiveness has heavily affected by the prices in energy. And that unaffordable cost has converted the public opinion about the green transition, with some significant hesitations around the country and within the political parties. As you mentioned, there is a rising concern because the state, but also the companies, are designing big projects without the local community's opinion, or concerns about the concentration of energy in a few hands, in a very few hands. Nowadays, we have to rethink the whole strategy as a continent concerning the hazards of the unstable times that we are going through. It is important to note that global trade war affects the core of the zero-emission strategy. While this is a difficult path, Greece and Europe has to face those challenges and burdens toward this transition. We must upgrade our common electrical grid infrastructures, and that, I think, that is the more important. You must know that these days we are trying to complete the pontification of the Israel-Cyprus-Greece cable known as Grid C Interconnector, a European project of common interest that Turkey intends provocatively to block. And on that issue, the European Union has to take actions to overcome these burdens. Finally, we have to reform further and deeper the energy market without technical exclusions like this on the southeastern Europe, and all that with an aim to zero-emission energy production that does not lead to excessive increases in energy prices for consumers and businesses. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo. Poproszę o zabranie
Thank you,
pana Jorisa
Mr. Joris Tinsen from the Netherlands.
Thank you, Chair. And I really like it that people from the wind industry can contribute to the debate in the Polish Parliament. I think I'm going to propose the same in the Netherlands. I think it would be very good. I really like a lot of what you said. One of those numbers is also the International Energy Agency is saying that 1/3 of the economic growth in the European Union now comes from clean technologies, like wind energy, but also other technologies. So I think there's a bright future ahead of us, but I do want to underline we shouldn't be too easy about it. I mean, imagine you have a job in the fossil fuel industry. It's not that easy that you get a job in the clean energy industry. So I think the Just Transition Fund in the European Union is essential, and I think we should think about how we can give guarantees to people in the fossil fuel industry that we will help them while they maintain their income. We will help them to go from a fossil fuel-based job to a clean energy job. The second thing I want to say is that something we didn't touch upon yet is the money, of course. Draghi is saying something about it, and I think it is essential that we have the guts to actually go for Eurobonds, that we have the guts to invest in our societies and invest in the European Union. And it will also help, if we have European money, to have some coordination amongst the member states to make sure we do it in an efficient way. And also, I think we can do a lot ourselves as European Union, but not everything. And I think, for example, for certain resources, for example, critical materials, we need to work with some other countries. And I think we should really try and get real equal partnerships, for example, with African countries, to make sure they benefit from the transition and we are not depending, for example, on China from rare earth materials. Yes, and the last point I want to make is I want to echo what's being said about the red tape. Of course, we all want to get rid of unnecessary regulations in Europe, but it should not be an excuse to undermine the legislation we now put forward to secure a good Europe and a clean Europe. Because I do think what I said before, the European Union has the people, we have the knowledge, we have the capital, and therefore we have everything we need, and we now, it seems like we have the determination to really make sure that Europe becomes a prosperous and clean and secure continent. Thank you, Chair.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you. Mr. Valga from Romania.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank our host for organizing this important event. It's a privilege to be here in Warsaw discussing one of the most strategic topics of Europe's future, energy security through clean energy. First of all, I want to think about it. Think about how many months or years you need in every country to build a solar or a wind project, to have it ready to build. It depends on the country. I often say the energy is not just a utility, it's a foundation of freedom. Romania is making significant progress in this direction. We are attracting new investment in solar, wind, hydrogen, and nuclear energy. Our legal framework continues to improve. We are simplifying procedures, reducing bureaucracy, and accelerating permitting processes to support this transition. We gave 4 or 5 laws every year, and every year we see that we need to improve our framework. We also believe in balance. Clean energy development must go hand in hand with environmental protection and food security. That is why we encourage solar projects on degraded lands, rooftops, and industrial zones, not on fertile agricultural lands. Infrastructure investments are the key priority. We are upgrading electricity grids, building energy storage systems, and strengthening cross-border interconnections. Several strategic projects are already underway. We are advancing with the construction of Unit 3 and 4 of Chernadova nuclear power plant, with also preparing for deployment for small modular reactors. In the Black Sea region, we see great potential offshore wind energy and clean hydrogen production. At the same time, we support households, business, and local authorities to take part in this transformation. Citizens are receiving financial support from the state to install solar panels and battery storage systems. Public institutions are building their own solar parks to cut energy costs and emissions. We also have launched Contract for Differences, CFD scheme, to a key support mechanism that offer price stability for investors in low-carbon energy technologies by covering the gap between market prices and strike prices. Romania believes that energy security must be built with responsibility, solidarity, and future-oriented investment. Thank you very much.
Dziękuję bardzo. Następnym mówcą będzie
Thank you. Robert Wagner-Kasta, Netherlands.
Thank you, Chair. Dear representatives, before starting, we'd like to thank the Polish team for their hospitality and the great care in this great country and city which suffered so much under devastating aggression from outside. Respect for that, Tatunek. I'm a senator from the Farmer Citizen Movement, one of the coalition partners in the Dutch government, member of the EPP. And today I heard all of you saying, well, you know, energy transition, social transition, economical transition, the importance of affordable energy, taxes, trust, and also a very nice quote that I will certainly steal about the wind turbines being, you know, what's the word, the signal of independence. From right to left, I learned that there is an agreement on the importance of energy transition towards renewable energy as well as the climate goals. We may, however, differ a bit in approach, focus and speed. But despite our differences, I would like to stress that there are more things that we share than that we differ, I think, in our approach. And there are two things in particularly. That's one, but the second one is our enemy is a joint enemy. And I think, and in that respect, in terms of energy in relation to security, that's the thing that we need to put probably first. And maybe, and it just maybe, we don't need a Green Deal or an industrial deal, maybe we need a political deal, a new political deal, in which we take a little bit of a distance from whatever we said or believed in the past, and look forward. Under these circumstances of a new government in the United States, a few dictators around us in China and Russia, I think it's time that we think about, you know, the big project of security. But what is security? Is that a democratic society? Is that what we need to secure? Is it a secure life with housing for everybody? Secure haven for refugees? Secure production of strategic goods, or securing that we have the strategic goods from Africa? A secure food supply, something that, you know, my party needs to focus on a bit, or secure energy supply. And all of it is related. And that's why I think we jointly need to agree a new approach, let's say a new political approach, in which we ensure that we coordinate and integrate more on European level and prevent sub-optimalization on country level. And there the factor of trust is, of course, important. But that's not just enough. I think we need some more push from the European Union. I would not think I would ever say this, but the circumstances have changed, and that also means I changed my thinking about that particular subject a lot. Same applies to a lot of my colleagues. And an integrated approach for all the above-mentioned topics, because that's the thing. We spoke today about energy, but the security of energy is, as I said, much more related to all the other parts of security. So what we need is a strong approach from Europe, and I wish the presidency of the European Union a lot of luck by getting us forward in the remaining couple of months that we have. But what I hear today is that there's a generic feeling and approach that that's what's needed, and how we will do this, that's up to the future. Thank you, my chair.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you. Mr. Bronislaw Škripek, Slovakia.
Yes, my name is Bronislaw Škripek. I'm from Slovakia, member of parliament, former member of European Parliament, a member of Christian Democrats, and member of EPP as well. Dear Mr. President, dear colleagues, we bring our point of view from Slovakian perspective. So, Slovak Republic considers zero-emission energy to be an important part of the European Union's security. The key pillar to our strategy is nuclear energy, which is a stable, reliable, and ecological source of electricity. Slovak Republic is one of the countries with the highest share of nuclear energy in the EU. More than 60% of our electricity comes from nuclear power plants. And after opening the fourth block in Mochovce, which is our site of our plant, the share will increase. We support the recognition of nuclear energy as a strategic source in the EU's energy policy, and we think it's a good source of energy. We are also developing renewable energy sources to achieve a balanced and secure energy mix. By 2030, we plan to increase the share of renewable sources to 25%, focusing on development of geothermal, wind, solar energy, and biomass. We also support cross-border cooperation, hydrogen infrastructure, and the development of battery storage. Slovak Republic has the potential to become a leader in zero-emission energy production. The transition to zero-emission energy is not only a question of climate protection, but also a question of geopolitical stability and self-support. Modernization of energy infrastructure, investment in research and development of new technologies are necessary for a successful transition to sustainable energy. The Slovak Republic is ready to contribute with its experience in the field of nuclear energy and actively participate in common European solutions. Thank you for your attention. I saved 50 seconds.
Dziękuję bardzo za zaostrzyć.
Thank you very much for saving 50 seconds. And now the last speaker, Miroslav Gregoric, Slovenia.
Thank you very much. Let me be a bit provocative and starting with the very old saying, and the truth is the first victim of any war, and the information is part of any war. I hope we are all aware of that. Now, I will go to the sanction packages. We have 16 sanction packages introduced by the EU Commission, and they work. And they work against Europe. 2 billion people in the world are supporting the sanctions, but 6 billion people don't care. And maybe there is a problem. We have oil from India and Saudi Arabia coming to EU. Do we know where this oil originates? We have LNG from Russia. We have raw iron from Russia. This goes to EU. But in the meantime, during the sanctions, there was unquestionable flow of enriched uranium from Russia, titanium, fertilizers, wood, and aluminium. And that's okay. So we have double standards. And I think there is a problem, and we need to go out of this illusion bubble. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was the last voice as part of the 3 sessions that we have scheduled. Please allow me to ask former Prime Minister, currently Senator, head of the National Economy Committee, Waldemar Pawlak, who will summarize our findings. I would like to thank you for organizing this debate. My thanks go to Senator Gawłowski, because at the Senate we have many thematic debates that go beyond the ongoing urgent set of issues that social media impose on us. We had a session on renewable energy sources. Last year, we presented the government with a number of recommendations. Things do not move so fast later, but in our thematic debates, we can be pretty swift. Let's quote the Ode to Joy. According to Friedrich Schiller, all human beings will be brothers where your voice is spoken, to paraphrase this term. The European Union is not an empire that is focused on global domination. The European Union was established as a space where people unite and cooperate. And it is a civilization of brotherhood. It's good to make this comment so that we can structure our thoughts and actions slightly better in a number of areas. From this point of view, it will be easier to structure it. What I missed a little bit was, as Prime Minister Buzek was saying, that the Green Deal went out of fashion and kind of disappeared, even though the idea itself is important for the European Union and the member states, because it applies to energy autonomy and economic autonomy. The availability of energy sources such as wind and solar is sufficient in Europe, while we have to import fossil fuels. So the idea itself is valid, and we need to tap into these resources that we have in abundance. What we need is a look at energy efficiency, because if we're talking about price, Well, the price is of secondary importance compared to the cost, and the cost is the price times amount of energy used. I'm conducting an experiment on myself. I'm a car engineer by profession, and I'm switched from a combustion engine car to an EV, and I can tell you that it's a great investment in my pension fund. I switched to a European car, which has the V2 home energy. It can either take energy from the household installation or give the energy back to this installation. So your car becomes your member of the household and a part of the energy system. If you do it right, of course, if you manage it correctly, because the car battery can power a household for a week. For a week, you can use the car battery if there's a disaster. It is important what we're saying about energy and zero emissions. We have many sources today, but we do not have the flexibility in the grid. And we also miss the ability to store energy. Energy storage is something that is technologically pretty easy, and technologies are available. As Lukas Hammer from Austria said, is it possible to switch completely to renewable energy sources? It is possible. If you manage the grid right, if you have the right energy systems, it is feasible. You just have to manage energy. In Poland, we have a problem that citizens are ahead of national energy companies, and sources are manufacturing energy that cannot be collected or fed into the grid. If we had EVs available, we could store this energy at home. We could take energy with us to our business. So developing energy storage is something that needs to be addressed. We spoke extensively about war, climate change, the geopolitical changes. In this context, it's worth looking at Europe, not as a rival of the United States or China, but as a different civilization, a civilization of brotherhood, where we can offer to our trade partners fair rules of cooperation, not domination, but partnership and cooperation. And in this context, if we are talking about defense, you have to look at defense from this perspective. In Europe, we are talking about defense, deterrence, and dual-use technologies. And this is where we are. We're not aggressive, but we should also be ready to respond to any aggression with enough force. Many people also raised deregulation. I think it requires the same approach as in the case of energy, reducing emissions and energy efficiency. The same should apply to regulations. Regulations should be effective and efficient. So we need this efficiency of regulation. So you need the sword and the shield, because you need to be protected, but you should also cut through the red tape that prohibits development. Physically, technologically, building a wind farm or a PV farm takes 6 months. The administrative process involved, the permitting, is 6 to 8 years in Polish reality. So no one can tell me that moving paper is more complicated than building an actual power plant. So we need to boost the administrative capacity and ensure good regulation. In Poland, we have carried out a study based on McKinsey technology 15 years ago on the potential to reduce emissions. Many countries have conducted similar analyses, and it suggests that you don't always have to spend, because if you reduce energy consumption, you can even make savings. So energy efficiency is very effective here. In the context of European approach, one should also mention some statements that we heard in the discussion, that Europe is about the quality of life, living standards. And this is also an important premise for competing in the globalized world. I don't know if you remember a book from some time ago by Jeremy Rifkin, how the European dream is beating the American dream. And the conclusion is that Europeans, how did it go? Europeans work to live and Americans live to work. So this is the attractiveness of the European social and economic model. It is very important for us to be able to use the cultural advantages. The current change of the political climate is a return to the concert of powers, where the USA and President Trump has abandoned his allies, and he thinks that he can change everything to his advantage. And on the other hand, you have China with its approach. If you look at technology, you could say that Europe is in a more difficult situation, but it is important for Europe to be able to find its strengths. On the one hand, you have big techs. On the other hand, you have state techs, companies that are promoted by the state. And Europe could be a promoter of open source software, for example. The most famous piece of software from Europe is Linux, which was written by Linus Torvalds in Helsinki. He now works for an American corporation. It would be good to bring this approach back in Europe and make open source a European way of working. And this would cut the entry barrier or barrier of access to state-of-the-art technology, where you either have to pay or have the state's permission. And finally, let me refer to an example that should give us some hope. I remember an anecdote, a story, when in mid-19th century in New York, there's a group of experts who came together to talk about what's going to happen in 50 years' time. They extrapolated all parameters, the number of horses, carts, and said that in 50 years' time, New York will be swamped with horse manure. Of course, after 50 years, the US had 1,000 factories of cars. The technology has changed completely. Electricity is, it appears, a direction that can flip the table. It can change the rules. And it should help us cope with energy transition and different energy problems. I remember the first thought that came to my mind after Russia's aggression on Ukraine, where Putin said that we are to pay for gas in rubles. A thought came to my mind, economy fool. The thing that came to my mind was electricity. Electricity, stupid, is electricity can efficiently replace oil. Let me go back to the example of an EV. It costs you some 15, 17 kilowatt hours of energy to drive 100 kilometers in an EV. That's a liter and a half of petrol. If you use petrol, you need to use 8 liters of petrol or 15 liters of diesel. And it's something that could be used to demonstrate how EVs are reducing CO2 emissions, but they also reduce oil or diesel consumption in general. You basically use 1/10 of the diesel that you would use in a combustion engine car. I wish you a safe journey home. Thank you very much for a very fruitful discussion with plenty of important statements, important for our presidency. Thank you very much.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much. We have reached the end of this debate. Thank you very much to all of you who've come to this meeting from different parliaments, different countries in the European Union. Thank you to all the speakers, the Minister, Madam President, and all the previous speakers. Thank you very much to the interpreters. I am aware that the language is pretty special. It's a specialist kind of language, sometimes a jargon. Thank you very much to all the staff at the Chancellery of the Senate for preparing this conference. I'm aware that it took a lot of effort to organize everything as well as you have organized it. And I hope it's not our last meeting, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that we continue talking about energy transition, economic transition, in fact, because we are talking about energy, but in fact, we should be talking about the economy in a globalized world. We should be talking about the competitiveness of Europe vis-à-vis all the other major powers globally. Europe has to play together if we are to stand any chance of competing with all the other players. I wish you a good stay in Warsaw and a safe journey home. See you next time. Thank you very much.